Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I am Carla Alvarez, and I am a contributor to An Unexpected Journal. And I am here with Zach Schmal, our managing editor. And today is our launch party for the Saints and Sanctuaries issue of An Unexpected Journal. So, Zach, do you want to tell everyone a little bit about the issue and what they're going to be seeing today?
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Carla, and I'm thrilled to be here with you and with our wonderful lineup of contributors who will be joining us today. This this issue is a really interesting um, combination of themes because, on one hand, when you hear saints and sanctuaries, you think church history, you think the past, you think about all those amazing Christians who have gone before us, who we study, who we learn from. Um, but in a very real sense as well, there are saints and sanctuaries around us all the time. And so some of our pieces also pick up on this theme that we really are, um, we're not just becoming so focused on the past, but we're also uh, watching around us in the present and looking towards the future. So I'm really excited about the combination of articles and speakers that we have today because it's just so comprehensive, and I think that really it provides a great perspective on um, really our Christianity, how it should be a living faith. So I'm excited to be a part of this.
Yeah, and just FYI, we have contributors from all over the place, and so we would like to know where you're watching from. So if you're watching from, here in the U.S., let us know what state you're watching from. If you're watching from somewhere else, we would love to hear about it. We have an eclectic group of contributors, and our readers we know are as well. So we let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Now, if you are familiar with how we do our live streams, we are streaming to multiple locations. So you will have an opportunity to, either make a comment about the pieces that you're watching, or if you want to ask a question, please feel free to do that. But just so you know, since we are streaming multiple locations, there's a bit of delay between the time when you submit it on whatever platform you're on to the time when we see it. It's actually can be kind of significant sometimes. So if you have a thought, don't feel like you have to wait for a break or something like you would if we were in person. Just go ahead and put the comment either in the chat in some of the live streams, or like if you're on Facebook, just put it, just put it in the comments below, and just do that now. And we'll try to go back and review those and watch them. So just we're streaming multiple locations now. One of the places we're streaming is to Amazon Live, and so we're not only going to be talking about our Saints and Sanctuaries issues, but we're going to have references to a lot of the books that our contributors use as they were, as sources for their own works. And so we have provided those. You'll be seeing some of those that we're going to be talking about. And so if you are on Amazon Live, it's super convenient because you can just look down below in the carousel and see the different books that we're talking about. If you're not on Amazon Live, then there is a link to an idea page on Amazon where we have a list of all those, on most of them. Actually, we had a little glitch. That's been the word for the day. But right as we were starting to stream, we lost our original stream on a journal Facebook page, so it's not on that one. But anyway, we will have a list of all of those if you'd like to. If you say, "Wow, that sounds super interesting, I want to read more about that," then you can go ahead um, and check those out. So, Zach, do you want to tell people what's coming up?
Sure, yeah. So we have a full day. We have 6 segments. They're a half hour each. And, well, the first one will be coming up in a few minutes, and it will be called Sanctifying Encounters. I'll be speaking with Megan Joy Riles and Annie Nardoni about their pieces. Following that, we'll have Unexpected Sanctuaries with Sharon Jones and Clayton Honder. Then we'll have a brief intermission and some giveaways that we'll talk about more in a bit. After that, Multicultural Saints with Seth Meyers and Teresa Peel. Finding Sanctuaries with Charlotte Thomason and Jesse Childress. Another intermission, more giveaways. Then we will have, let's see, we'll have Surprising Sanctuaries with Joe Rickey and Jesse Baker. And last but not least, and I say that because Ted is certainly not least, maybe I am. Harlow will be interviewing me and Ted Wright in the session called The Venturing Saints with a wrap up and our main giveaway. So it is going to be a busy day, but it's a lot of fun, and I can't wait to talk to all of these great people.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, if you are, let's just say you happen to cross the stream and you're like, what the heck is an unexpected journal? This is what it is. We are a quarterly publication that is dedicated to cultural apologetics. And if you are not familiar with apologetics is, you can be, there could be apologetics for a lot of different things, but in terms of, when we talk about it in terms of Christianity and apologetics, it's reasons for the faith. Now, a lot of times if you look on, if you go to Amazon and you look at the top books listed in the apologetics, in the category, usually number one is Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis, or you'll see The Case for Christ by Lee Strobel. It's books like that. They're propositional arguments, they're reasons. Cultural apologetics is a little bit different in that you can compare it to where traditional apologetics is Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. His cultural apologetics is Chronicles of Narnia, where it explains kind of the method of atonement, in Aslan giving himself as a sacrifice for Edmund's sin, right? So in cultural apologetics, you are not just giving arguments, but you're mediating that discussion through a common element in culture, like either a story or art. You're illustrating a part of God's truth in a particular way. So, not everybody that contributes to the journal, but the journal was started by people who graduated from the Cultural Apologetics Master's Program at Houston Baptist University. And we decided, hey, we had so much fun in the program. We love what we're doing, but we don't see that many outlets for what it is that we're doing, at least for Protestants. There's actually a lot of, not saying that we don't have Catholics contributing, but it seems like Catholics are a little bit more imaginative than Protestants. I don't know why that is, but there's more journals that are out there for that are specifically Catholic. We're kind of like big tent cultural apologetics, so we are talking about what they refer to as like the mere Christian beliefs rather than specific doctrines. And so the journal started with people from the journal. It is a nonprofit organization with the 501c3 tax designation. It doesn't have any official affiliation to HBU. Just putting that out there in case you see something that makes you mad and you want to go complain to somebody. They don't have any control over what we do or what we publish. They just, there's just an association. There's not like an official affiliation. But we publish quarterly. We started in 2018, and we've been publishing. This is issue number 17. And I just want to say a little bit about this cover. Most of our covers, not all of them, have been published by one of our fellow alumni, Virginia de la Lastra. And you'll have to go back and watch her interview in our last launch party on that was dedicated to one of our professors, Holly Ordway, about her story, because she didn't even know she could draw before she got into the apologetics program. And so she's done 75% of our covers for us, and this is one of them. And it's just we really appreciate her work and her creativity. So we're getting pretty close up to our time. Zach, what else do you want to cover before we go into our first segment?
I think one of the only thing that I would really like to say before we get going here is probably our giveaway, right, Harlan? I think we probably should do that
Oh, that would be good.
because it's kind of cool that we'd love to give away free books, and I think you all probably like free books too, or else I just would be here. So and let's see, we have a hashtag which let's see, we're pulling it up on the screen right now.
Our little Zach and I are like both doing them. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what we're going to be having is in the intermissions, we are going to be having a giveaway for a free issue of this copy of An Unexpected Journal, Saints and Sanctuaries. After the, we also have one of our contributors that's going to be donating one of her books too in the second intermission. And then at the very end, in our wrap up, we're going to be having a giveaway for a 1-year subscription to An Unexpected Journal, which is a great, great deal. So if you're there, don't be shy. Make sure you put hashtag Saints in the comments, and just so you can be entered in the drawing, and we will all the entries will be collected, and we will be doing a random drawing again at each intermission, and then at the last the final wrap up.
And just to be clear, it doesn't matter if you do it on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're watching, just put in the comment, they all hit put in a giant pot. So don't like go to Facebook, YouTube, and start putting them everywhere. You can enter wherever you're watching.
I will say, I'm not sure if you on Amazon Live, if that's going to come through here. If you want to enter it, you might have to come over to one of the others to enter the hashtag and then go back. But anyway, I don't think the comments show there, but most of them will show up. So, okay. Now our first, and if you guys have any questions, make sure that you put them in the chat, and we would love to hear them. And so this is actually a comment from one of our contributors, and she says, it's been great to follow An Unexpected Journal here in Ireland. Exciting to join you today from County Antrim. So she's one of our international contributors, and we're so glad that she could make it with us today. So anyway, make sure you put the comments in, and so you can be entered in the giveaway. So Zach, I think it's time to go to our first segment.
Let's do it.
So we will see you in just a minute.
Wow. Well, we're here, and hi, everyone. Thank you for coming to our first panel. I'm joined right now by Andy Nardoni and Megan Riles. So what I want to do first is maybe ask, let's start with Andy and then Megan. Maybe you can tell us who you are, and also, I mean, you both wrote very excellent pieces, but I don't think you can, read them in their totality to us right now. But maybe you can tell us what you wrote about, so people who haven't read it know what we're about to talk about.
All right. I'm Annie Nardoni, and I have been with AUJ from the beginning. So this is really exciting to be here on the horizon of our 5th year together. Zach. And I, with AUJ, I graduated master's with cultural apologetics. I also write for Cultivating Magazine, and I am one of the Founders Council for Society for Women of Letters. So that's a little background on me. And the piece that I submitted was about the Constellation of Philosophy, written by Boethius. This has always been, since I discovered it at HBU, and it was assigned to me. This has been one of my favorite books forever, and I couldn't wait to talk about this, because I think that what Boethius has to say in his book is really timeless. My essay explores theological and classical themes of fate and suffering and how we confront those.
Awesome. Well, great to have you here. And yeah, you're one of the, you're an original. You've been here a while with us, so it's great. Megan.
Yeah, so my name is obviously Megan Riles. I'm actually an attorney, but I'm pursuing an online MA in Cultural Apologetics from HBU. And like Annie, I'm also on the board of AUJ and the Society for Women of Letters. And so my piece, I chose to focus on Notre Dame and how the fire in 2019 is really symbolic of the cultural and societal and religious, spiritual, the decline we're seeing. And I use Notre Dame to discuss how it's only through Christ that only Christ can unify all these seemingly disparate areas of our lives and unite them in a cohesive whole, and it shows how Notre Dame shows how integrated our faith is. And she's just such a wonderful, concrete demonstration of that.
No, thank you so much. And yes, it's true. And I think both of you, and maybe this is where we can start. Both of you really appeal to history in your works. One of you, a historical figure. One of you, a building that is historic. So maybe just to kick off our discussion, why should we as Christians care about our history? Why should this matter to us? And maybe this time, I mean, obviously you can go back and forth all you want, but let's start with Megan, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So for me, I think when in doing the research and writing this piece, what I saw is that when we reject the past, we're rejecting the examples of those who came before us. We can learn from what they did right, what they did wrong. And C.S. Lewis in The Problem of Pain had this really great analogy with the divine dance of self-giving, right? That it's through self-giving that we fulfill the Imago Dei and we imitate Christ fully. So we need those examples to imitate. And when we say, oh, we're going to reject the past, well, then we don't have anything to imitate. And tradition and the past are like dancing, right? They're like that dance. Because in dancing, you learn that muscle memory. And you teach yourself in imitating those holy men and women who came before us and Christ himself. We learn the steps to that dance and we learn the steps to imitate him well. So when we reject the past, we're really rejecting an essential part of spiritual development and discipleship to Christ.
That's great. And Andy, do you have any, what would you have to say about this topic?
Well, similar to what I think Megan makes a really great point. If you reject your past, you have no foundation. And it's so important to bear in mind our Christian history. If we look at Christian history delivered through Scripture, and in the case of Boethius and his definite turn on the events in his life, when we look at those events that happened to him, we can also look at the people throughout the history of the Christian church, in Scripture and outside of Scripture. And we see that it is rife with people who have been dealt a bad card. And we can't judge a singular situation of bad. We have to look at it over the span of history, because in a singular situation, it's impossible to understand. But if we look at it as a piece of a puzzle instead of just one thing, we see that there is a bigger purpose, a bigger plan. And we see again and again that the stories are redeemed. We're still reading Boethius' story. At the very, very moment that he was writing this, things looked pretty bleak. But he's made such an impact with his book that it's gone on to be translated by everyone from Queen Elizabeth through history, because what he says is so relevant. So the important thing to remember is that we see evil, we see bad things happening, but we also need to remember that those bad things have been redeemed. Tolkien calls it the seemingly unconquerable evil that moves to a victory that was unimagined in the midst of the suffering. He calls that the eucatastrophe. And I think it's important to remember that there is something to look for. There is redemption to look for. There is grace and mercy to look for in so many things that look hopeless in history. But if we look back and see them in history, we can also say, well, it's not like history has just stopped. History continues on. So I can take those examples and apply them to my own situation.
Mm. I think that's a great point, and I'm curious how you both might feel, because I think we all agree that there is a great deal to be learned from history. What are some of the costs of rejecting history? Because, I mean, Andy, you were just talking about the hope and, well, the catastrophe, right? Um, it may appear tragic right now, but there's still hope.
Mm.
But what are the costs of rejecting this past? What do we lose out on if we do reject the past? Let's start with Andy this time. We'll bounce back that way.
Are you talking about rejecting the past? What happens? What costs?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
If we won't learn, and
Mm.
the tried and true phrase of history repeats itself. If you don't pay attention to the things that you've done wrong before, you're not going to fix it, and you're going to keep doing them wrong. And it's easy to have all of the answers that we have when we would want to talk to somebody else about it. We can have some answers for them, but really looking back through history, even looking back through your own life at different things that have happened in your own life. Oh, this has happened before. This really bad thing has happened before. And I got to the end of it. If I reject all of that, I am rejecting the story that I am embedded in through history. We are all part of a story. And by rejecting that, I'm rejecting myself in the part that I play, you play, other people play in that great story.
Love that. Yeah, Megan, any thoughts on that too?
Yeah, actually, Annie said exactly what I was going to, which is that we're really doomed to repeat ourselves. When we reject history, we don't have that. We don't have those mistakes to learn from. And as I said, we're made in the Imago Dei, so it certainly doesn't mean we're all the same. There's so much. We all have differences. We all have different talents. We all have different personalities. And that's a really beautiful thing. Because like C.S. Lewis said, we find our true identities in Christ, and we're all. Lewis had that wonderful quote. How wonderfully different are the saints, but how alike are all the tyrants. But certainly, when we reject the past, there are certain mistakes that tend to be made over and over again because we're made in the Imago Dei. We keep going back to those same mistakes. And if we don't see, hey, these are the consequences of making those mistakes, and this is how not just this is how not to make those mistakes, but these are better choices, right? This is the a positive example. This is the choice. These are the choices you need to make. That's what we get from the past and tradition and history.
I love that. And it's interesting because both of you and you kind of touched on this a little bit, and both of your stories are somewhat tragic, right? We have the fire at Notre Dame, obviously, and we have Boethius is on death row, right? For lack of a better word. I mean, he's about to, it doesn't look very hopeful for him. And so the question then becomes, I mean, where, and maybe you can draw specifically from your pieces on this one, but where do we see hope? Like, where do we see hope in like Mayhem and your story? Where do we see the hope of come out of this fire? And where does Boethius find hope in this trying time? I don't know if either one of you, maybe Mayhem, if you want to jump first on this one.
Yeah, so I think the fire can be kind of interpreted in one of two ways. One of which is that, fire is a symbol of the Holy Spirit, actually. And the fire, even though it was very, very tragic for Notre Dame and destructive, although not nearly as bad as it could have been, which I talk about, um, fire can be really cleansing. You see a forest that goes through a fire, and there's so much growth that happens after the fire. It really clears things away. And there's so much moral and spiritual decay in our societies that I think that fire was really a symbol for how much we've decayed. But when we see it properly as a warning that, we need to change, we need to do something different, um, that's when we can start anew. We can say, okay, we have a clean slate, like that the forest that's gone through a devastating fire. Let's create something new and something better with Christ as our foundation.
I love that. Yeah, Andy, what do you think about? I mean, how does Boethius, start to come around to finding hope in this situation?
Yeah, that's what we all have to do when we're stuck in a really bad situation. I was listening to an interview with Dana Gioia this morning. He's a poet, and he talked about the California fires in his backyard that was devastated by these California fires. Everything was wiped out. And he said the most miraculous thing was walking back out into his backyard, and a field of lupin had started to come up. Lupin doesn't grow until it's been burnt, the old stuff has been burned away to allow the lupin to grow. And he said it's like an entirely different field with different plants and different beauty, but everything persevered. And it had looked one way for 30 years, the fire hit, and then it's an entirely new beauty to respond to. So I hated seeing Notre Dame burn, but I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned. So I'm really glad that Megan wrote about that. So Boethius, it's the human condition to suffer. And like Boethius, and I think I have a personal, I understand Boethius on a deep level, because there I am saying, really, I can't believe this happened to me. This bad stuff is happening to me. And so he's kind of relatable to a lot of us. So what we don't realize is the human condition is suffering, and we delude ourselves to believe that life will always be happy and fair. It's impossible in a fallen world to have everything go your way. We feel that our expectations should be met on our terms. And Boethius himself has this life of title, possessions, family, and then he finds himself falsely accused. But we've all been there. So when Boethius comes to terms with this, he realizes that he has to rise above the suffering. Don't sit there in a pool and swirl around in it. You have to rise above it and ultimately find that the things that are truly important are not tangible, they're eternal. And look at Boethius. Again, I'm going to go back and say, we're still reading his story. It's still inspiring us to this day. So all the stuff that he owned, all the relationships he had, those are gone, just like in a fire. The knowledge and the wisdom that he put down in his book is still with us and still making an impact. So it's important to remember when we're in a bad situation, what is really important. And that is the eternal, that is the timeless, that is the stuff that you can't pick up and touch. We have a really limited understanding of that. But like Boethius said, understanding belongs solely to the divine. So we are called to persevere and remember that this is temporary and suffering is universal.
That's a great point. And it's interesting. Andy, you brought it out in yours, and Megan, your article certainly brings it out, that there's an element of people in power of various sorts rejecting Christianity, right? You see that in both of your, Megan, yours is more of a cultural power. Well, Andy, yours is a cultural power too, also a political power, right? And so I guess the question for us is, and maybe, what are some of the reasons why people were rejecting either this trend of secularization, as Nathan you had to point out, or Annie, what kind of that um, Boethius in this situation? And then as a follow up, yeah, how should we respond? Because I think that's uncomfortable for a lot of Christians. I feel like sometimes we feel that pressure. Oh no, people are rejecting Christianity. What do I do? So I'm curious, maybe what both of you have in your through your pieces and through the models that you've chosen. And I know the answers will be slightly different because you each on your topics are slightly different in this area. But I'm curious as to your thoughts about kind of why people reject Christianity, and then how your article kind of helps respond to that, or how you would respond based on your article. So let's start with Megan on this one. Let's go back there.
Yeah, so I would say that the reason I was picking up on in my article is that we're very prideful, right? And Victor Hugo picked up on this when he wrote that wonderful chapter in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. This will destroy that, when he talks about how the printing press destroyed architecture, and he talks about the splintering of the arts. You used to see people, the stonemasons, the carpenters, the sculptors, the glazers who created the beautiful stained glass windows. They all came together to create this beautiful, beautiful cathedral, to the glory of God. But with the advent of the printing press, architecture declined, because architecture was previously, it was almost like the Bible for a pre-literate society, or maybe not a pre-literate society, but a society where not everyone learned to read. They would go to the cathedral and see the stories in sculpture written out, essentially. So with the advent of the printing press, and certainly it was a wonderful thing that everyone had access to the Bible, but the advent of the printing press meant that architecture declined and the arts ended up splintering, as Hugo talks about, and I discussed this in my piece. The arts became so individualized. Sculptors were creating their sculptures, not in the context of a cathedral, and so on and so forth. So I would say a big reason is that we're prideful, and we don't want to have to be in community with others and with Christ. We want to say, oh, here's my wonderful piece of art. We have a lot of, I think I would say, selfish ambition in that regard. And I think we see, especially in modernity, this lie that we can create ourselves, that we can take something, latch onto it, and bend it according to our will, and say, now I can create my own identity. I can create myself. And as Lewis says, it's actually in not trying to be original that we end up being original. And it's only when we accept Christ as Lord that we can achieve that, right? Because when we set ourselves up as our own gods, there's no room for Christ. So when we look at, I would say, when we look at the beauty and majesty of Notre Dame, we really see a great example of what we can accomplish in our own lives when we dedicate our own lives to Christ. But as the body of Christ, when we come together and combine our talents and allow one person to be the hands, another person to be the feet. So it's only in Him that we're going to have that kind of flourishing and achieve what God intends for us when, being made in the Imago Dei. That's the only way we're going to achieve that vision that God has for us fully.
That's great. And it's interesting, Mayhem, while you were talking, we just had a comment from one of our viewers who, and I don't know if you have like a quick follow-up on this, but she thinks the internet is the printing press of the modern day. Do you think the internet has exacerbated this? Or?
Yeah, I do, because we can all get on the internet and comment, and what's even worse about it really is that we can hide behind the screen. We can hide behind fake names, and we don't even have to face the consequences for it. So I think it's just magnified it to an even larger degree.
Great point. That that anonymity is convenient but also terrifying at the
Mhm.
same time. Yeah. So Annie, how about you on this one? Yeah. Any thoughts on this topic too about you know why people reject faith and well what we can do about it?
Yeah. So people want to reject faith, reject Christianity because they see that life is unfair. I think our first response to anything that happens to us that we don't like is first we reject God because we say, "This is your fault. Why did you do this to me? I didn't have this coming. I was minding my own business. And lo and behold, you made my car tires go flat." I mean, we blame God for the silliest things. And when life is unfair, we take the easy way out. It's always easiest to blame somebody else. My brother took the cookies out of the cookie jar, not me, certainly not I. Why am I suffering? Why is this happening to me? So Boethius lost everything. Now he's condemned to death. Everything he knew or earned was turned upside down through what he saw is no fault of his own. Okay, I will give him that. I would probably be echoing the same thing. But his story is like Job's story. And when I go back to in history to people who have had really crummy things happen to them, I'm looking at Job. He's described in scripture as a man who was blameless and upright, one who feared God and turned away from evil. Of all men, Job suffered greatly. And it appears for an absolutely no, well, I mean, you have to read Job. Nothing that he did. It's not like he, in the beginning, shook his fist at God. We fall back on the easy way to patch that over. We complain, we try to fix our situation under our own power because, like Megan said, we're prideful. I can fix this. I'm going to do this on my own. This is how I'm going to do it. And on our own terms. Well, this is how it should have been fixed in the first place. So I'm just going to do it my way. And we react with emotion, no logic, no sensibility. So we act like Boethius. We reject God to some degree, and then we also reject reason. And to reject reason means that we're just going to go off like a child, a prideful child, and reject all the answers. And which is going back to what I had said previously. Suffering is a part of life. And sometimes it happens when we can come up with reasons why it happened. And a lot of times we can't. But like I said, looking over the bigger picture, but pride is definitely an issue. It's the chief sin. And our pride gets in the way with everything, including why am I suffering? Instead of rising above it and asking, what would I do with this that I am given? Like Bonhoeffer would, or he praised God for what he was given, not for what he was not given. And I hold him up as an example of someone else who suffered, who was unjustly accused and was killed. So it's happened in history. And see, just by talking through all of this with you guys, we can see this is in history. It is what happens. And ultimately, if you take God out of the equation, fine, God, you messed this up. You messed up my life. I'm suffering. Fine. You're out of my life. Let me know if that works, because I don't think suffering goes away once you say that. That would mean that every atheist in the world does not suffer. And that's not true. So
Great point.
It's something to think about. Fine, you can walk away from God, but does that make your situation any better?
Great point. Great, and I very much appreciate no spoiler alerts on the end of Job. You're encouraging biblical reading through this.
I would rather if they just read it.
But yeah, so I mean, man, I can't believe we're almost done. But let me ask you this, just as way of conclusion. Annie, you had a comment too, which I think sums it up really well. But Brandy wrote to you too. She wrote that we have to find purpose in the pain, and I think that's key. That's a lot of what you were just saying.
Yep.
So, I mean, do you all maybe have just something that readers, what you want? I mean, you obviously wrote these things for a reason. What do you want readers to take away from what you all have written in this issue of An Unexpected Journal? So, let's start with Annie, and then we'll hear to Megan. And this is awesome, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah. I wrote about Boethius because I think he has important things to say about suffering. Some people say that's out of date. That's such an old book. Why would you want to waste your time with something like that? Well, I said, is suffering solved? Is suffering out of date? Is doubt out of date? No, we still have it. Consolation of philosophy is timeless. Not long ago, perhaps in the mid 1900s, I believe, Consolation of Philosophy was required reading, not only in college, but in the upper grades in high school. And now it's not. And we are poorer for it. I think that Boethius weaves Greek and Christian philosophical views together in a beautiful way. And it's important to read this book because the big questions will always be with us. And Boethius's book has stood the test of time.
Well, thank you so much, Annie. That is wonderful. And Megan, why did you, what do you want people to take from your piece?
So if somebody took away one thing from my piece, I think it would be for me that, we're in flesh souls. We're made in the Imago Dei. So we have minds and we have bodies. And studying Notre Dame shows us how to live that out. We study her construction, her artistry, her history, her engagement with all of these events over the ages. She just provides us such an excellent example to imitate. And we need to do more than just think about those things, right? Because like I said, we have minds and we have bodies. So we need to put that into practice. And our faith is so rich and it has so much depth. It really requires the whole of our beings. Like I said, not just our minds, our bodies as well. So it's only through Christ that we can unite all those things and give everything we have in a unified way. So it's only through him that we're going to integrate all of that into a cohesive whole. And Notre Dame is just such a beautiful, concrete example of what we can create when we dedicate ourselves completely to him. And she's an example of what we should aspire to in our walk with Christ as we seek to make our faith more than just something we do on Sundays when we go to church. She shows us how to integrate Christ into every aspect of our lives, in our walk with him and in our discipleship. So that's what I would want people to take away.
Well, thank you so much, Megan. That was great. And thank you both for all that you do for the journal, like they both mentioned. They're on our board of directors, so thank you both so much for all that you do. Now we're going to have a little transition, and when we come back, Carla will be interviewing Clayton Conder and Sharon Jones. So thank you both, and we'll see you both later.
Thanks, Zach. It was great.
Thank you, Zach.
I'm Carla with An Unexpected Journal, and I am here with Sharon Jones and Clayton Conder. And we are going to be discussing a couple of their pieces. And just before we get started, Clayton, I think your audio might be a little bit loud. Or
Okay.
it's one of you. Do you maybe lower it just a little bit? Okay. So anyway, we're going to start off with, I'd like each of you to just introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about the piece. So Sharon, would you like to start?
Hi, Carla. Hi, Clayton. Really lovely to be with you this evening here in Ireland, and this afternoon, maybe in where you're part of the world. So, yeah, my name is Sharon Jones. I live in County Antrim, in a rural area of Northern Ireland, very close to Slemish Mountain, where St. Patrick spent time looking after sheep. And I live there with my family. I teach in Belfast, which is the home city of C.S. Lewis. Um, and yeah, I teach language, literature, and education. And I'm delighted to be with you today.
Awesome. And Clayton, how about you?
So I'm Clayton Conder. I live in Northern Kentucky. I teach as an adjunct professor of history at my alma mater at Thomas More University. And I am currently doing the Master's in Cultural Apologetics at HBU. I'm in my second semester now. Looking forward to moving on to a class with Zach next week. But really, my goal with this program, apart from some academic writings, is really to write fiction. So to practice cultural apologetics and not just analyze what other people have done.
Awesome. Actually, I did not know that, but that's really interesting because we have quite a few people in our program that have written fiction. If you're familiar with Donald Catchings, he's basically going gangbusters, turning things out. And one of our another alumni, there's several people that have been publishing works. So that's really awesome. So we're going to start with I'd like Sharon to read her poem that she wrote, and I do have some of the words on the screen. I think this is what that is. So Sharon, can you read that for us?
Yes, certainly. This is I enjoy writing poetry and prose, but this was a little piece that was written in a moment of brightness in a difficult time during the pandemic lockdown, where we couldn't travel very far from home, and I spent a lot of time in my garden. It was a difficult time for different reasons. There's a lot of disruption, dislocation, disappointment. But I wanted to share this moment of brightness with your readers. The poem's called Prelude. This new day in early spring, there is sunlight in the garden through the leaves. The sky is clear. Moments like these bring bright music to the soul, canticles of birdsong in the still air. Like kindness, they are doors left ajar. Through them appear glimpses of other places beckoning to explore, spaces that are tall and wide and full of wonder in the eyes of a child, with streams and trees and light and singing, but without tears. A better world we long for always, in a time beyond our own, but yet so near. Carla, I think you're still muted. I can hear you now.
Sorry, I forget that little sometimes.
It's easier to be
Okay,
done.
so yeah. So in both pieces, you talk about how nature can give us a glimpse of other. And so Clayton, your poem is on the way fantasy can orient us to the reality of God. And so we see what we don't normally. Can each of you expand on that a little bit? And Clayton, can you start?
Yeah, I like the line about the wonder through a child's eyes in your poem, because it's clear that children perceive the world differently than adults do. What adults know through experience and reason, children are able to understand through more imagination, intuition. So the focus of my paper is showing that fantasy, more than really any other genre of fiction, and even supposedly non-genre stories, is capable of speaking to our imagination and bringing that out and causing us to reason with ourselves and our own experience of reality. Because the best fantasy is grounded in reality. Even Lord of the Rings being very other and alien to us, and a lot of the things having dragons and um, magic rings that are intelligent. But it also has birthday parties and taverns and things that are familiar to us. It's grounded in reality. So using fantasy can allow us to see things that are familiar and things that are other, or just things we might not know by reason, but we don't fully understand through our experience. And the focus of my paper is providence, and specifically providence within Lord of the Rings, and how that display can show us the coherence and the reality of providence in the real world.
Clayton, I really enjoyed your piece, and what it made me do was try and think about the resonances between fantasy and poetry. The Northern Irish poet Seamus Heaney talked about. He wrote a lot about childhood, interestingly enough, and he has this marvelous. It's actually in a piece of prose that he wrote, but he imagines himself as a child in a tree looking out at the world, and everything looks very strange from this different point of perspective. Yeah, I find that very interesting to think about possible parallels between poetry and fantasy. Yeah, my poem as well was I sort of written in a moment of quiet in a garden, and I love the line in your piece that silence is God's providential care, Clayton. So I found that in the pandemic, when we were removed from the sort of usual noise of daily life, although not all the time, the technology allowed us to keep teaching and things like that, but a lot of the activity that we would normally be involved in was made very distant from us. And so we had quiet time to, I suppose, notice more visual things. This moment that I am writing about was a moment of hope. And it brings to mind, I suppose, that verse in Isaiah 30, verse 15, in quietness and trust is your strength. I love that, that discussion of silence that you had about God's providential care. Just because we couldn't hear him speak directly didn't mean that he wasn't working on our behalf.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I chose providence is as the particular example in this paper is because one of the classes I took last semester had a unit focused on providence, and it's not something I had thought about all that much before. But the reason I applied for this program is I was going through kind of a dark night of the soul in not really because of the lockdown, but it was during that time.
Mm-hmm.
And I had an experience that it felt providential that God was pushing me towards this path to go to enter into some kind of apologetics program. And HBU, I met a friend when I was doing my first master's, and she went to HBU. So it just it felt like everything fits, and that God was directly leading me there. So it's a very personal choice in my paper as well.
Awesome. So both of you talk about how Clayton, you have a quote in your piece that talks about how metaphor can orient us to understanding God. And you quote from Dr. Holly Ordway's book, And this is from Clayton's essay. Holly Ordway describes this inner connection in her book on imaginative apologetics. Metaphors are valuable because they build a bridge between the known and the unknown. Or to put it another way, metaphors serve the same purpose as propositional statements to orient the reader toward reality. In this sense, fantasy may serve as a sort of narrative philosophy displaying the unreal in such a way as to cause a reflection on what is real. Okay, so do you guys want to talk a little bit about that? Sharon, Sharon, would you like to start?
Well, I guess, I mean, if we take, in the case of this poem, it is about light in a very kind of concrete way, in a visual way of an actual moment in my garden when light came through the trees. But of course, light is a metaphor for many other things, isn't it? And we live in a difficult time. I mean, we're in the middle of war at the minute. Light is the opposite of that, isn't it? It's good rather than evil, and I suppose it points us to the goodness of God. In the previous segment, Zach asked the two contributors to suggest what they really would like people to take away from it, and I suppose, you know, from their piece of writing, and I suppose that verse comes to mind: the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. And like Clayton, you know, I was in a moment of a time of darkness, but this light pointed me to the Lord, who is still in control, I guess. Yeah.
And Clayton, how about you? That was your piece. What would you like to highlight about that?
Yeah, I think I mean, we know Tolkien hated allegory, but I do think that metaphor and allegory can be very potent in expressing truths about Christ or God, or even just spiritual things in the world. Um, you know, we have like the Pilgrim's Progress. That is like Consolations of Philosophy. It is a um, it's still a very powerful text that has been translated and rewritten and and adapted over the centuries. So I think that metaphor gives us a way of taking powerful abstract concepts and putting them into something a bit more digestible and something that can also speak to our experience as well as our minds, because we are um, made in the image of God, and part of that is our imaginations, our ability to create. So metaphor, or just metaphorical tools within a story, not even if the story is fully allegory, they allow us to speak to a person's imagination and speak truth as narrative philosophy, not systematic or analytic philosophy. So it's like a backdoor way into a person's mind, because you're trying to almost tap into what's the remnants of their child's perception, you know, them knowing the world through imagination rather than filtering it through their experience and their reason.
That's a great explanation. Actually, I am working on an annotated edition of Edition Words. It's almost out, and one of the things that George MacDonald said in that is that, I can't remember the quote exactly, but he said, allegory requires mastery, and he said something about mortgage. Like, it's either you have to totally hit it or it's just a mess. Holly Ordway did say something about that in her book Tolkien's Modern Reading. I think it's kind of somebody tell me if I'm wrong in the chat, because I know other people have read that book. I think she said that's a little bit of a misunderstanding about, like, he didn't like totally hate it. It's just that he liked, I think he probably took MacDonald's view that you have to really hit it to be able to make it a straight allegory to be effective. So Sharon, what are your thoughts about that? You are a professor, and what do you like to encourage in your students as far as imagination and
Yeah, well, I'm just reflecting back on metaphor. I mean, it is very helpful for us, isn't it? It's a different way of seeing the world, and I find that poetry is has that kind of function. Seamus Heaney said that poetry was a help, you know, and it does help us to understand our experiences, our lived experiences. I teach Northern Irish poetry with my students who in Belfast who are actually teacher education students, so they're going to go out and teach children and young people in schools. And that part of the course is very important for me. I'm putting together a course that does encourage them to engage with the imagination and to engage with writers who, you know, were completely committed. So, for example, we do read some Lewis, but we also look at the poetry of the Troubles. Zach in the previous segment was talking about the past and about, you know, the importance of not forgetting the past, and Lewis talked about that, didn't he? Because he said if we forgot the past, we wouldn't have anything to measure the present against. But the past can be very difficult. And in our part of the world, I mean, Ireland is, the land of saints and scholars, but it's also the land of sinners. And we've had a lot of troubles. And the young people that I'm working with, you know, their parents lived through that. And it's almost become like a taboo subject. And but poetry helps the young people of the next generation try to come to terms, try to understand what happened and the legacy of it. So poetry for me is very powerful.
So this was not part of our questions that I sent to them ahead of time. So just so you know, so I'm just putting Sharon on the spot. Can you explain a little bit about that? Because, you know, we in the U.S. are very we don't see past our own shores, and we're ignorant about history and conflicts in a lot of the other parts of the world most of the time.
Oh, you're very modest. Well, yeah, I mean, we have a troubled history, but if you want to read a really great book, another thing that Zach did mention was that an unexpected journal gives you a community together as you study cultural apologetics and develop on that skill. We don't have very many outlets here. We have a newly formed journal called the Round Tower Review. It's in hard copy, so it's not online. But the editor of that has just published a book at the end of last year with Oxford University Press. It's called The Rise and Fall of Christian Ireland. And if you want to get a handle of faith in Ireland, right up from St. Patrick's time, you know, the Celts, the Vikings, right through to now, that is definitely the book to read. We had a book launch just a couple of weeks ago here in my hometown because it was a friend of mine who wrote the book, Crawford Gribben. And we had a discussion around, you know, how do we as Christians come to terms with our past, but also move into the future. And the conclusion we reached was that repentance is going to have to be central to that, an individual repentance, which is painful. One of the things I just want to mention this before we go on. One of the things that I find very inspiring, and I did use the word kindness in my poem, that had been in my mind a lot because of various reasons. But one of the quiet places that I have learned a lot about kindness from is a little village in France. So my background is in French and Spanish literature, and it's a long story, but this village in France, Le Chambon-sur-Lignon, I've written a little bit about it. You can find an article called Reading, Writing and Radical Hospitality that I wrote for the Irish Times. It's online if you want to read that. But basically it's a Huguenot village in France, and they have a long tradition of welcoming refugees, of welcoming strangers from the Spanish Civil War through World War II with Jewish children mainly, but also professors in Paris who had to get out of Paris during the occupation. It's a marvelous, very, very small village, very nondescript, very quiet, but the kindness that was shown there was very instructive to us. And I think kindness is lacking in our world, not just Northern Ireland, but like, we're so polarized, maybe the internet has contributed to that, but kindness is, I think, very important. Repentance and kindness.
Yeah, I'm of a generation where, I remember seeing bombings in, the IRA in Ireland, and that's part of what you were referring to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Joseph Pierce, he's from Ireland, right? And he has a story about how he was a very violent white supremacist, actually, and he talks about, I think this was in an article that I read of his. He talked about how these books and these stories, like C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, that they were like lights that led him out of the darkness. That it was just this thought that was shaping him. That it wasn't like people coming, like saying this is wrong because of this, this, and this. It was just a shaping of his thought through this, through these imaginative works.
Yeah, that's fantastic. The final line of Crawford Gribben's book, The Rise and Fall in Christian Ireland, is something like, I paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but it's something like, what is the future for Christian Ireland? Well, it depends what the new Patricks will do. And I suppose those of us who live in Ireland, who are in the business of cultural apologetics, as you guys are, we have a responsibility to show that light. And actually, I dedicated the poem to Kristen Getty, who is a songwriter from County Antrim, married to Keith Getty, and they together write hymns. Kristen also writes a little Monday meditation and so on. And her work is all about pointing people to the light. And I find that inspirational.
Awesome. Yeah, so that was the rise and fall of Christian Ireland. Is that right?
Yeah, Oxford
okay,
University
so,
Press. I hope he appreciates me giving him a plug.
Yeah. I actually, I sent out the email to our newsletter on St. Patrick's Day, and I was thinking, darn, we don't even have a piece about St. Patrick in here. We missed a whole opportunity here. But Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not Catholic, and so I'm not like real up on my saints. But St. Patrick was it the 4th, 5th century? He was captured. He was from England, right? And he was captured.
He was a slave. Yeah.
Yeah, he was captured by. Go ahead. You tell the story.
Yeah, well, I'm not an expert in Patrick, but the long and the short. Actually, I was very humble today as well because I haven't written about Patrick. And I know I picked up the Plough Journal, the Plough, and there was an American guy who had written about Patrick and had a photograph of Slemish Mountain, which is literally about 10 kilometers from my house. And here he was writing about it, and I hadn't. But anyway, Patrick was a slave. He was supposed to have been captured, I think, kind of by Vikings, brought over to this part of the world, to Slemish Mountain, where he looked after sheep, had a difficult life, and then he escaped and went. It's a very exciting story. It's like an adventure story, and he escaped, went back to, I think it might have been Wales actually, but it was anyway the mainland Britain. But he had a kind of almost like a Macedonian call, come over and help us, and he went back to Ireland, preached the gospel. And so we do owe him a very great debt, those of us who are Christians now, but it's doubtful whether he was the very first person who brought the gospel to Ireland, but I think he was certainly, he's left his Confessio, which is an important piece of writing, and prayers and so on. There's a prayer of his that is still sung. So if you look up New Irish Arts, which I'm a member of that organization, which is largely musical arts, you can find on YouTube New Irish Arts, and there's a beautiful rendition of the Prayer of St. Patrick there that you can listen to. But he's certainly a very important figure and very inspirational.
Yeah, and so we are starting to get close to the end of our time. So Clayton, would you like to give some final thoughts about how the how just the imagination can give us like a little bit understanding of providence?
Yeah. So,
Maybe it's,
go ahead.
no, I was just going to say just maybe like a little summary of your piece.
Yeah. So, I chose Lord of the Rings to draw examples from, and one of the examples is during the Council of Elrond. Frodo kind of has a stirring in the back of his mind, feeling that he has to take on the burden of the ring himself. And he feels that some other force is using his voice to say that he will take the ring when nobody else can. And you also have at the end of the Two Towers when Sam is fighting Shelob, and he has kind of a stirring in the back of his mind, reminding him that he has the Phial of Galadriel that wards off the spider. So providence is seen in those examples as being a stirring of the mind or like an itching in the back of your head, leading you in a certain course of action. And I think that that's very valuable in it's something that speaks to our experience. We may not see the extreme interventions of God, such as in the Exodus today, but everybody would have some kind of a memory of having a stirring like that in their mind, and it might, at the very least, soften them to the idea that God is active in the world and is not entirely silent, that God is speaking through us and our actions, even if He's not saying things directly. Um, but there are also providential designs behind the scenes. The Sword of the Barrow Downs that helps to slay the Witch King is an example of that. So the showing examples of providence like this in an internally consistent work of fantasy, it can help us to apply those ideas, those experiences to the real world and see how coherent they are, and um, do it without violating the reader's skepticism. Because you could go into reading The Lord of the Rings and not believing in providence or really anything otherworldly, but while you're reading the text, you do believe it in the confines of the text. And doing that, and as how Tolkien portrayed providence, it's something that will lead to retrospection. So you reflecting on your own experience in the world and potentially opening you up to exploring the reality of God and providence, not just in fantasy.
Awesome. And so we're getting to the close of the end of our time. But Clayton, do you want to tell people, share about like what you're doing, and if people want to see your work, where they can find you?
So I don't have any kind of official website or anything. I just have my social media. Uh, but so I don't really post, or this is my third publication. The first was a creative nonfiction historical piece on Thomas More and his execution. It's about his final hours. That was published in the Delta Epsilon Sigma journal in 2017. And then my second publication was a local history piece in the Northern Kentucky Heritage magazine on a unsolved murder of a local sheriff in the 1950s. So I'm still pretty new in this field. So this is my real entrance
We'll get you
into
hooked up.
cultural apologetics.
We will get you hooked up. But if you go to our website at the he has an author profile there, and we'll make sure that he keeps his links updated so you can go and find his other pieces, because those sound like really interesting articles. So Sharon, how about you?
Well, I write a blog, and it's a bit eclectic, but everybody would be really welcome. It's called Writing Home, and I would love people to read the little piece actually about Le Chambon in the Irish Times. It's called Reading, Writing, and Radical Hospitality. The Round Tower Review is in hard copy, but it does have a Facebook page, I think. So if anybody would like to get have a little piece about gardening in there and what I learned during the pandemic, many moments of brightness in the garden and many lessons that I learned there.
Awesome. So we are at the end of our time, and we are going to be going over to a little intermission where we're going to have our first giveaway. But again, just to wrap it up, we've been discussing An Unexpected Journal, the Saints and Sanctuaries issues with Sharon Jones and Clayton Conder. And so you can check out their work on the journal. We hope that you have enjoyed this here, and we will be seeing you in the next segment.
Thanks so much, Carla. Thanks,
So
Clayton.
we're going to go to our giveaway now. Bye-bye.
Wow, well, that was a great segment, Harlan. That was a lot of fun, and yeah, I loved hearing about their pieces and reading the poetry out loud. That was awesome.
Yeah, just FYI, we had questions we prepared, but I also kind of threw some curveballs at them too. So I think they did a really great job of just like going with the flow. But that was a really interesting. So anyway, we are coming up on our first giveaway, and we are going to be giving away a free copy of the Saints and Sanctuaries issue of An Unexpected Journal. And so all you have to do to enter this, we have a couple of entries, but if nobody else enters, they're going to have some really good odds. You just do #Saints in either the comments, like I think it's on Facebook, it's comments right below the video, and in the chat on YouTube or Twitch, or I'm not sure how LinkedIn comes through, but anyway, if you just enter in #Saints, then you will be entered into the giveaway. So before we get to that, make sure you go ahead and do that right now. But Zach, do you want to talk a little bit about more how people can contribute to the journal besides sending in a piece?
Yeah, absolutely. So Harlan mentioned it in the opening, but we are a 501c3 nonprofit, so we certainly are open to donations of any kind. And on the screen right now, you will see how you can do that via text. Also on our website is a donate tab. So again, we would really appreciate your support. We are, this is all volunteer work, and it's so great what everyone contributes to do this. And so we would really appreciate your support. That's one easy way to support us. Another easy way is to obviously subscribe. Like we mentioned, we publish quarterly. We will do print and digital. So if you're like me and you read on Kindle, we have a way for that. If you're like the vast majority of our readership, you want to hold a paper book in your hand. Originally, we went online only when we launched, and some people have written us, well, I like paper books, so we provided. And like Carla mentioned here on the screen, if you subscribe, it's a lot cheaper than buying them all individually on Amazon. So I know, or on Barnes & Noble, or wherever you buy them. And so I know that a lot of you support us in that way, and thank you for that. But hey, you might as well save some money while you're doing it if you're going to buy them anyway. So definitely subscribe if you would, like to continue supporting our mission. We definitely appreciate it. And yeah, it's great. I mean, I love what we do, and I love how, just how you've heard it already, how we bring together so many cool people to talk about what they've written. And it's just a joyful time. So any support you gave us, we would certainly appreciate.
So sorry, this has just been the day of glitches today. So anyway, when you subscribe to the journal, like Zach said, you can automatically get either the print or digital copy. And we also have an option where if you just kind of want to see what it's like, then you can get a free copy of our very first issue. Actually, it's not this one, as that was my mistake. It's our first issue of the journal about the abolition of man. And when you sign up for our newsletter, you can just go to unexpectedjournal.com/free book, and you can get a free digital edition of that. So anyway, let's go back to this. Zach, should we do the giveaway now?
Sure, why not? It sounds like a great time. If there are any last-minute entrants out there, feel free to put #Saints wherever you're watching, so that we get to give you a free book. Hopefully, we'd love to put books in people's hands.
Okay, so I'm going to remove this. We are going to do the giveaway in just a minute, and we don't have a whole lot of entries. So those of you who did enter, you are going to be. Oh, right now we only have one entry. So anybody else wants to enter in, you need to do it right now, because we're going to be drawing for our first issue, and we know who's going to win if nobody else enters. So
there's not a whole lot of drama in that selection process.
I know. Okay, so should we just go ahead and do it? Because we're actually
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
that person deserves it. They followed the rules.
Okay. Why can I not? Sorry, the button's not coming up for me.
Maybe his is only one person, I mean, we've never.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, we've never had that happen before, so maybe. Let me
Well.
wait till it loads a minute. Is the button there now for you, or? Oh, sorry. Okay, let me go back here. All right. Let me try this again. We could just, if it doesn't work this time, we'll just say she's a winner and then go with it that way.
For sure.
Yeah, it's not going to let me. Okay, so here's the thing. It's not going to let me draw because we only have one entry. So let me go back and look and get
Here,
her
I'll
name.
put
And
her
you
on the
are our
screen.
winner of our Jenna Gilbert. You are the winner of our issue. So, oh shoot, that's not what I want.
No, we're good. I fixed it.
Did you put it on? Oh, sorry. We have a little bit of lag, a little delay here. So, Jana Gilbert, you win the first. You win the copy of the the Saints and Sanctuaries issue. So here's the thing. Hopefully we'll get some more entries because we have some more giveaways coming up. And if you get drawn next time when we have more entries, you can only win once. So just FYI. Okay. So anyway, Zach, let's take this off now. And do you want to talk a little bit about our some of the things that are going to be coming up later in this year as far as our issues?
Yeah, we'd love to. Yeah, so it's obviously right now you're hearing about Saints and Sanctuaries. The summer is going to be dragons. So our summer issues tend to be a bit more pop culture oriented. We've done film and music and things of that nature in the summer, and so we thought, wow, what other creatures have captivated at least the public's at least fantastical imagination better than dragons. So we thought, man, let's do this. And so that is coming up this summer. In the fall, we thought that, on one hand, winter is coming, right? And so, the fall may not seem like an overly joyful time, but at the same time, it is a time of joy because there is the harvest and there's Thanksgiving and there's so much wonderful about it. I live in Vermont, and so certainly foliage is a beautiful time here, and so I'm really excited to see what that issue brings out, the themes of joy and togetherness and community and things of that nature. So I'm really excited about the fall issue. Our Advent issues are always dedicated to a specific person. As you can see, this year it will be Shakespeare. And that one, I'm really interested to see what will come out. We've had a few pieces scattered throughout the archives on Shakespeare. If I recall, we had one in our first issue. I believe Ed Stengel's essay was in our first issue that you can get when you sign up for free. But we've never done a full issue just on Shakespeare, so we thought, wow, why not now? I mean, he's one of the arguably the most influential author in the English language, so it'll be great, and I'm really looking forward to that. So we have a busy year ahead, but I'm excited about it. I really am. The submissions are already coming in for Dragons, but if some of you out there, maybe you want to write for us, definitely reach out and let's talk about it. I would be happy to, see what you're thinking too. We're taking submissions for that one. I believe it is until April 1st, if my memory serves me right. So
I have to go back and look. I do know that someone is going to be she's going to have it in by the 5th. Anyway, but we have some great pieces coming in already. We're going to have some fiction in there and some really interesting topics on dragons, and we'll have to see what all comes in, because things always look a little different than what you think they're going to be.
mhm.
So we are almost up to our next segment, which is going to be on multicultural saints. So a lot of times, well, let's just be honest, if you're not Catholic, then sometimes you don't really think about saints a whole lot, about what they are, and we are not really familiar with some of the people that have come in the past. But even when we are, we kind of get we're more familiar with the people that are kind of like in our own little stream, right? So this is going to be a focus on saints in other cultures. So, Zach, are we ready to switch over to that?
I think so. Let's roll, and yeah, this will be great.
Okay.
Hey, Teresa, how's it going?
Good. Thanks
Hi,
for having me.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much for being a part of it. Love seeing you here. And I do, we should also have Seth Meyers popping in momentarily. I think there might be some technological glitches or something. But, yeah, thank you. It's so great to see you again. And, wow, it was just the last issue. You were with us then, too.
Yes, I was very honored that you would accept me back.
Oh no, it's great. It's awesome. And so one thing I would love to do, and I didn't I was wondering, maybe you could tell our viewers just a little bit about yourself and about what what you've contributed, because you sent in 3 awesome poems, and but it was someone I didn't know a lot about. So I'd love for you to tell our viewers a little bit more about this martyr of the Christian faith.
Teresa Peel, and I am a teacher by trade. I teach history at our local community college, and I have for oh gosh, I think this is 26 years now. So I've always been fascinated with history and historical persons. And so, as far as creative writing and the poetry, in the last issue, I submitted a flash fiction piece, but I'm also been kind of late to the table because with historical writing, it's just a different type of writing. But I found finding great joy in writing poetry, and so these poems are about the Christian martyr from Uganda back in the 19th century. Um, Charles Lwanga and a number of his companions were martyred for the faith. And so it's kind of a, how did I come to write about Ugandan martyrs? There's a little story behind that. I guess I should say, going back even to last May, I attended an HBU writing seminar. There's another one coming up. It was wonderful. Poet Van Garrett was there, and he was talking about the African American poetic form of Kwansaba. I'd never heard of it. Beautiful. There's African roots, so if you don't know about the Kwansaba, I encourage you to read about it. But it's basically a praise poem. And so that really intrigued me. And it was less than a month later, I attended an exposition called Treasures of the Church. It's kind of a Vatican-sponsored traveling exhibit where they actually bring relics of the saints and I think there was 150. So as a historian, you get a traveling exhibit from the Vatican. It's amazing the collections they have there. A piece of the True Cross, the one that Helena, Constantine's mother, to actually see a fragment of it. A piece of Mary's veil. So things like that was just amazing. And then, of course, in the Catholic tradition, venerating saints as kind of the heroes of the faith, along with the biblical heroes as well. But these were then more recent. So Christian witness, Christian life. So anyway, not to go too long on that, but
No, you're fine.
exposition, the priest that traveled with the exposition, we met in the sanctuary of our church beforehand and prayed. And he said, he encouraged us to pray, ask God for the grace to identify a particular saint as a prayer partner. And because in the Catholic tradition, we see the saints in heaven as being kind of our prayer partners, that there's no time. And so I thought, okay, come on, God, if there's somebody in this group that you want me to pray with. So long story short, God made it very clear that Charles Lwanga was my prayer partner. And that's another story in itself. I have to admit that it shows that when he made it known to me, I was kind of like, what? I mean, like I was set on a blind date, and I'm like, we have nothing in common. I mean, are you sure? And, so here was this Ugandan man who was burnt to death for his faith. And I thought, okay, I mean, I remember growing up watching is it Ingrid Bergman, the black and white Joan of Arc and burning at the stake. And it was like, oh my gosh, the story of it is God said, he laughed, I'm sure. It's like, Teresa, I got this. So Charles Lwanga is my prayer partner. And so I had a responsibility to learn more about him. And so as I started studying about his courage, he was sexually abused, but he was a page in the court of the king, the Ugandan king, who abused him and the other page boys. And then when they were in through Christian missionaries, actually, I think the original Christian missionaries were from the Anglican Communion. So I love that kind of ecumenical piece. And so when they became Christian, or Charles, then he instructed the other young men, and but together they embraced the Christian faith, and it made the king really mad. And so he gave them a choice that they could denounce their faith or die. And so as Christian martyrs, they chose. But but so that beautiful Christian witness. So again, back to writing the story, and what does this have to do with the Quantzaba form? I thought it would be beautiful to honor these men because they're African saints, to the African American poetic form of Quantzaba. And so when I had my form and now I have my subject, I put them together, and these 3 poems kind of flowed out. The first poem, Rebirth, is more on kind of the history, like what happened to him, set the context. The second poem, Seeds, is actually focused on the actual martyrdom, being burned alive. And then
Yeah.
the last poem, which I think is more true to the Quantzaba form, from the historical accounts that I've read, Charles Luanga's last words were Katanda, which in my Google search and my research is calling out to God's name. Now, I guess translated it means creator God, but the more I've read, it's more of a personal. So to me, in my mind, I was thinking out like Abba, Father.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I thought, I'm going to use that. And so I did some more research and looked up other African, particularly from Ugandan names for God. And that's where I came up with in the third poem, Katanda is creator God, Kagingo is master of life. And because I think these men are witness to life, because the king gave them a choice: choose life or death. And of course, we know from Deuteronomy 2, that's the old biblical, you have before you a choice, life and death. And they chose life, which meant they gave up their earthly life and received eternal life. And so I thought that was really exciting when I found that. And Sawanaku, if I'm pronouncing these correctly, means eternal one. So the last poem was a sense of praise, because these martyrs went to their death. The eyewitness accounts said they went singing, and they were joyful, and they were at peace. And so it just gives me goosebumps about the story. And I was just so these poems are to honor those men, and I think again they're saints for our times. We've had in the United States the racial tensions of the last few years, so I wanted in a way to honor the culture and just the witness too in the Christian church, and not just the Catholic Church, the history of scandals, but also coming out in a lot of different Christian denominations, just the sexual scandals of abuse, just horrific. And so I thought, here is a saint who suffered the abuse and yet was able to help others who had also suffered, and then turn their lives over to God. So I think they're a great witness.
I love that. And as I was reading your poems and thinking about martyrdom in general, man, it's always inspirational to me, of course, right? Because like you said, they laid down their lives and they even did it joyfully. And that always makes me reflect as, wow, I hope I would be that strong, or I hope I would be able. And then I realized, I can't do it, right? It's all in God's power to be able to do that. But it's terrifying to me because, I guess for me, I want to be able to say that, oh yeah, I would never, right? I would never fade away. I would never back down. I would do just what they did. And then when you read it, it's so inspirational because you know that people can do it through God. There's that.
I think of Peter, I would
Yeah.
never turn on you, God, and 3 times he did. So, that sense of humility of knowing, without God's grace, and I do believe that those who are called to martyrdom, God provides the grace for them to accept.
Agreed.
So, but yeah, famous last words. Oh, I'd never do that.
Exactly, and that's the one thing that you do right away, right? I'll never do it, and then sure enough, that's what you're doing next most of the time. It's interesting though. Okay, again, kind of coming back to you're. I think it's fair to say that all of us are pretty accustomed to a relatively comfortable life. At least you and I are. We're in America. It's relatively comfortable by global standards. And so I guess a question that rises out of that is, like, how do we prepare as Christians to face suffering? I mean, what is the role of suffering in the Christian life? And then how does that tie into Lwanga and how, lessons that we can take away from him and the other men who, suffered as well?
Well, I'm glad you brought up about in our culture, especially here in the United States, very we've got the physical comforts, and we have, and in the culture at large, there's a sense that we want to alleviate any sense of suffering, and in fact,
Mm.
sometimes we see in all the addictions of people not um, just always kind of running away from it. And of course, it was, as Christians, Christ is the one who redeems suffering with his death on the cross. And so I think without a focus on Christ and his sacrifice, there is no meaning to suffering. But I think beyond that too, and this is where I think other cultures, this is the segment on multicultural saints, is we can learn from other cultures who are more accepting of suffering than we are in the United States. And I mean, realistically, the people. So you look at like they do there's been like Harvard studies on happiness, and it doesn't mean that you have a heated leather seats in your car, and you have all these comfort things. That doesn't necessarily make you happy. And what they're finding is actually going through suffering um, makes for a full life. And we know that God wants each of us to have an abundant life, but a life without suffering. I'm not to say we're going in search of suffering, but just the suffering that God allows to enter into our lives, going through that suffering actually makes those moments of joy better. I mean, we know this from our, there's a time for everything under the sun, that
Mhm.
there is a time, and I think in our, I'm speaking from kind of an American culture, is that we run away from that suffering, where there's a purpose too. Jesus went out into the desert and
Mhm.
fasted. And I think that there's the kind of key for us as Christians, and looking at that as a form of, I mean, Jesus did not need us to help him save us. He doesn't need our help. He did
Yeah.
it. But I think and this is just reflecting on some things that I've read, it's really, we can't understand it without thinking of love. And we think, well, how can you allow someone to have suffering? How's that love? But we
Yes.
know, like, I'm a parent, and sometimes our kids are sick, and sometimes the cure for that sickness is not pleasant.
Right.
But yet we are with them. We don't dump them to the suffering. We go through the suffering with them on the way to healing. And I think, to me, that's Jesus. It's a mystery. Why God? Why me?
Yes.
And it's like, do we trust him? Do we trust his providence to lead us through those moments of suffering, and to have a deeper meaning? And for example, the fasting in the Bible talks about demons can't be cast out except through prayer and fasting. I mean, there's a place for that bit of suffering, because it God has a purpose for that. So I think, as far as suffering and happiness, I think an abundant life, includes those moments in our lives that are suffering. You think of, well, of course, losing a loved one is a major suffering, and the younger they are, it seems the more tragic, because you think, oh, if there would have been more time. But let's say a
Agreed.
person who's had a full life, an elderly parent or something, and they've lived a full life, and it's so painful to lose them. But on the other hand, it's a joy, in the sense of knowing, and this is again the Christian joy of knowing there's more. So anyway, I don't know if that addressed your question, but I do think without Christ and a focus on the role of him redeeming suffering through the cross, and then allowing ourselves, I think he allows us to share in that work of redemption. He doesn't need us, but I think out of love, he allows us, because it not only helps us, but it helps us also to be more empathetic to other people who are going through suffering.
Mm. No, I think that's a wonderful answer, and it's very it's interesting because in my own life, I recently so I published a book on the problem of evil, particularly looking at it from a disability angle, because I think it elicits many of the same questions that you were talking about. Why God? Why would you allow this to happen to me, to someone I love, to my child, my parent, whatever? And it's such an interesting thing to wrestle with because I love the way you put it. God, do I trust you? Right? God, do I trust you enough in this moment right now to do that? And I think you mentioned that with Lawanga especially well. You have this in your middle poem. You talk about how Lawanga you are burning me, but it is as if you are pouring water over my body. And I think it's a powerful image of, on one hand, it's defiance, right? It's like, this is not the worst thing that had happened to me, right? And in one way, like, it, I think it just reframes the entire discussion about suffering. What everybody else in the world might say is awful, and it genuinely is. Even martyrdom, I'm sure, is not pleasant, regardless of having all of the strength to endure it. But it's amazing, really, to just see that kind of defiance, and I love that image that you put forward through this.
That was actually a quote from an eyewitness account that he
Oh
said that.
wow!
So that was so it wasn't just me coming up with that he said that to his, and I believe, and again I have to go back, so don't quote me on this, but
No, you're fine.
because of the eyewitness accounts, their death had a tremendous impact. So you think of the guards, walking them, and we know from Jesus's crucifixion that he converted some of the Roman soldiers because
Yeah.
they witnessed that courage. But I really think I've been reflecting on it too. It's like, how can they be so joyful, and so accepting? But then I thought, well, it's a fruit of the Spirit, because
Mm.
they're filled with the grace of God, and so when we see them walking to their death peacefully and full of joy, that to us is our sign that those are the fruits of the Spirit. And when we see those fruits, we can say, yes, there is God there, and not them, but Christ is in them. And when he went all the way to the bottom of suffering, and the Roman crucifixion was like the worst they can do to somebody, and Jesus went through that. So when you said that, the Lawanga is like, you're pouring water on my body, though you're burning me, I think of Jesus felt and I personally think he felt more because of his broader perspective, shall we say, of what was going on. So it was I am in awe of that. But again, for the Christian, to when we're going through those times and we're like, why, to trust. And Jesus wants us to trust him. He would say, don't be so anxious, Martha, Martha, you're worried about many things, and it's worrying and being anxious doesn't add anything to your life. And like you said, with the experience of suffering, to trust God, to trust that he loves us more than we can even imagine. And he would never allow anything to us that he's not there with us. That's not to say, if evil things happen, and especially when it's like the situations in war, you think, why? But to know that Jesus is there in that suffering, and then the fruits of that, because in my little intro, I think it's the statistics are over 400 million Christians in Africa.
Yeah.
So does anybody remember the king of Uganda in the late 1800s? But no, the Christians and especially the Ugandan, the African faith is so joyful. If you've ever been to some of their liturgical celebrations, and the singing and the joy and the dancing, and I think there is a fruit of these young men, their witness and then again, was fire and water, as I was looking at the seeds of the word, because those martyrs helped plant the seeds of Christianity, and all the Christians in Africa today are, believe, a fruit of that.
Yes, and that's I love how you I love how you put that, and I think it's really interesting because unfortunately I think Seth's technological problems have you know uh unfortunately haven't worked out well. But his article is about the Asian church, and it's very similar in scope, that out of this suffering, and he has statistics in there as well about how vibrant the church is and how alive it is. And he highlights Japan, China, and Korea. Um, but it's so interesting that you know, out of these dark times, you actually see God working, and God works through them and helps bring it to a spot where even now nations are being blessed because of this. Um, but again, it's a question, and it ties back to the last session where Clayton was talking about providence. It's so, if we don't believe in a God that's providential, then all of this doesn't make sense, right? Back to your first point, it doesn't make sense if, without God, why does any of you shouldn't expect?
So, suffering doesn't make sense without. To me, it's like the Christian worldview. Without Christ, not even a worldview, just Christ is the only one. That's where we go to focus on. To see that with suffering. But I'm glad you mentioned, and I don't see Seth here, but I loved his article, and it really resonated with me. I had the great privilege to live in Japan for a while as an exchange student, and you fill out your form that you're a Christian, and they actually matched me with a Christian family, which is not common in Japan. But while there, we did visit some of the martyr sites of some of the Japanese martyrs, and from like the 1600s. And so here it was in the this is dating myself. It was in the late 80s, and to see the fruits of that, the Christians that were there, and most of them did suffer tremendously. And like we think of China today, where to be a Christian is you get even you're treated worse, and you have you're punished in many ways. But yet, going back to the fruits, Jesus promises us, if we trust in him, he brings joy. And some of the most joyful people I have ever met are people who don't have anything in like the material sense of the world. And then the most unhappy people are the millionaires. It's I think that there's something to be said there, that the joy is because they focus on Christ, and the fruits of the Spirit are coming out of them, and that patience and joy and peace, and that is so much more valuable, as Charles Lwanga and his companions knew that. And they knew that it wasn't, if I keep my mouth shut or convert, I'm going to rise up in the imperial court, and I can be, the king's best friend. I have to play by his games, but I can have all this wealth. And they said, no, I'm not going to do that. I have found true love and peace, and it's not this way, it's toward Christ.
Yeah, that's so powerful. And wow, Man, this always goes so fast, and I want to keep talking forever. Um, because I guess, and maybe you've already hit on it, but I'm curious if there was anything additional that you really want people to come away from your piece with. Any if they took away one thing from your piece, what do you want them to get?
Well, just the beauty of our faith, like, and how the Christian family is universal,
Mm.
for all cultures. And I joked in the beginning that I was kind of like when God was pointing me out that this is your prayer partner. I was like, we don't have anything in common, and it's like, are you kidding? You are brothers and sisters in Christ. And so that's the beautiful. Sometimes I might not like my brother, but no, it was. I'm joking about that. I have a lot of brothers, and if they watch
Oh
this,
no.
they'll get it. But that's the beauty is, and we have so much to learn, I think, from other. The Christianity is, of course, we're centered on Christ, but the different cultures bring so much as far as how they express Christianity,
Yes.
and how they, again, like the joy of the African cultures in singing. I come from more traditional background where you're sitting in your pew like this,
Me
and
too.
then the Africans said, no, sing, and I think, how beautiful is that to praise God. David before the ark, he sang it, his danced, and his wife was like, oh, you're making a fool of yourself, and he was like, I'm abandoned, the joy. And so I
Yes.
think there's a lot we can learn from that, even through suffering, that we really don't have to fear suffering because we're in good hands.
I love that. Yeah, and I mean it really elicits a, a picture of Revelation, right? Where you have all the tribes and tongues all around the throne. And I mean you're gonna meet Lawanga someday too, and that'll be interesting. You'll be like, hey, we were praying together.
Yes,
uh,
and so I encourage people, if you don't know about him, to learn more about him. He's a wonderful witness, and I think he's a great patron saint for our youth today that are being faced with so many challenges and pressures, and so a great prayer partner.
wow, well this has been amazing, Teresa. Thank you so much for coming on. I love chatting with you, and thank you so much for contributing to an unexpected journal.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so now we're going to transition right to another set of interviews. Carla's going to be back with Charlotte Thomason and Jesse Childress. So we'll see y'all in a second.
Okay, sorry, I was muted all that time, wasn't I?
Yes, you were.
Sorry. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, you
Yes.
could have just said, "Hey, you're muted."
I did.
You guys
I
are shaking
did.
your head. I'm like, "What?
No, I
Did
typed
you?
it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
I
didn't hear
typed
that
it in
part.
the private chat. As soon as we started, I said, "You're muted."
Okay.
Actually, it
Here's
says
the
you're
thing.
muted.
Here's the thing. Okay. This day has been a day of like technical difficulties. That's all I'm going to say. So, anyway, sorry. Let me start again. I'm Carla with the Journal, and I'm here with Charlotte Thomason and Jesse Childress, and we are doing a segment on finding sanctuaries. So, we talked a little bit about in some of the earlier segments about how sometimes sanctuaries are surprising. Somehow they aren't what it is that we think that they're going to look like. And this, Charlotte and Jesse's pieces are very different, but they have a very similar theme. So, Charlotte, would you like to start and tell people a little bit about yourself and about your piece and your contribution?
Sure. So I am 69 years old. Just turned 69 last weekend, actually. And I'm retired after 35 plus years as a social worker, primarily in foster care and adoption. And I'm also a survivor of childhood trauma. I've spent most of my career, and then since even retirement, really I've been devoted to helping survivors just work through their issues and trying to give them hope. And my piece is actually a excerpt from my memoir, What Kind of Love Is This? Finding God in the Darkness, which came out in July of last year. And it is a story of really how God always kind of showed up. It is not an easy read. I do talk about the abuse, but it's really the main focus is to give hope to survivors and to those that help them, because I talk a lot about my relationship with Jesus as a child. And this piece is an excerpt of an experience I had when I was 8 years old, where I actually met Jesus in an old grape arbor in our backyard. And it really provided me with the sanctuary and kind of allowed me to have a break and really helped me survive that particular period of time in my life. And that is just one of the many experiences that are in the book. But I actually decided to submit it because I was a content editor on Jesse's article. And after reading his article, I was like, I think I could submit this because it kind of fits with what he's talking about in terms of sanctuary. So it's really a look at a different kind of sanctuary, an unexpected sanctuary, as the title of it is expresses. So, yeah.
Okay, Jesse, how about you?
Yeah. So
Let's
I
introduce yourself
am.
and I think you might have froze a little bit.
Are we on? My thing just glitched.
Yes.
Okay, we're
Yeah.
good.
Go ahead.
So I'm from Texas. I live in Colorado right now. I completed my undergrad at Houston Baptist University, and then went back for a master's in cultural apologetics there. So I just finished that this past December, and my article is actually a sort of like modified version of what my thesis was for that program. We're just talking about trauma and imagination and the way those things relate to faith and the way that we hold our faith. And that was something that I sort of discovered an interest in through doing that program, or at the same time as doing it. Didn't necessarily know going into that, but a lot of my experiences in terms of ministries that I've worked with like student ministries and apologetics organizations that are very focused on intellectual formation as like spiritual formation. I started noticing a pattern in which there are particular things that either weren't understood or weren't addressed, but were like very consistently being presented in these students' lives as part of their struggle with their faith and struggle with their spiritual life and with their relationships with others. and realizing like, oh, so many of these people have so many things going on that they're not maybe necessarily making the connections of these experiences I've had in my life. Now they influence the way I see God, and I can't just think my way out of this, which sometimes it seemed like that's what people wanted to do. So that was sort of what got me interested in the topic, and also thinking of trauma in terms of like imagination, and in terms of faith, and in terms of what we believe. So, yeah.
Awesome. Both of you define sanctuary, and I'm going to read because maybe we don't really use that, I think, so much in our culture today as far as what it actually means. This is from Charlotte's intro to her essay. Her piece is called "A Shelter in the Vine, an Unexpected Sanctuary." The term sanctuary evokes images of houses of worship, retreats, havens, and other places or conditions that create a sense of safety. For individuals who experience trauma, finding a place of safety is not always easy. A sanctuary, and this is from Jesse's piece, a sanctuary is a physical space that is sacred and used for worship. Sanctuaries have traditionally been places of safety, places within which it was forbidden to commit acts of violence. There is a sense of the word sanctuary that does not refer to a physical space, but to the idea of safety itself. To be within a sanctuary, to have sanctuary, could mean to experience a sense of being safe. So, do you guys both want to? Now, there's a lot of directions that we could go on this. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was how the churches should be safe places, right? We call our room that we worship in, most of us, we call them sanctuaries. So, do you guys each want to talk about how important it is for them to actually be safe places and truly safe? Charlotte, would you like to start?
Sure. So I think when I was thinking about this topic, I really just tried to think back into my own life. And I think when I was first starting my healing, there were aspects of being at church that were really difficult for me, because there would be things that were triggering from one of the things that happened to me as a child that I was just remembering, or it would trigger a memory. And so there was a period of time where I could not go to the physical space. And so I had to find other ways to find sanctuary, even as an adult. And I think that the church, okay, I'm going to take a broader kind of look at it. I think that the church is more than just the building. In fact, the church is, as it's defined, the church is actually the people and the community. And so I think what's important in order for a church to be a sanctuary for individuals is that it has to provide a sense of safety within its community. And by that, I mean, if someone has experienced trauma, or is having a difficult time due to a divorce, or whatever the situation is, if they're not able to be in the sanctuary every Sunday or if they have to get up and leave because something is distressful to them, then what's important is that they know that the members of that congregation are still going to support them and are going to still be there for them. And that was what was important to me, because the church is really representation of Christ. And we have to be able to, in that setting, feel safe and feel like that we are experiencing and having conversation and communion with Christ, and in that experience. And if something in the experience, because I mean, like Jesse will talk about this, I'm sure, but trauma is not just in our mind. Trauma is a full body experience. And so when a smell or even a sound of somebody's voice or something like that triggers something in our body because of a trauma that we've experienced, it's really important for us to figure out a way to feel safe. And we may not even know when we walk in the door that that's going to happen, but it's important to make an exit and to do what you need to do. I had to do that many times when I was really in the midst of my trauma. And I think one of the things that was really important to me was finding a space where I was accepted and was held accountable for the behaviors that I was engaged in, but was still loved unconditionally. And I'll talk more about that in the second aspect of what you're going to talk about today. But I think that's just an important thing, is to remember that the church is more than the sanctuary, the physical sanctuary. Safety and sanctuary is a physical experience, but it's a physical experience within us and within our minds. And it's the community of Christ, I think. So.
Awesome. Yeah. And Jesse, how about, why don't you talk a little bit about that? And like I said, there's so much in the essay that Jesse wrote. There's so much in Charlotte's book that we actually are going to be doing an entire event on this on April 9th. But anyway, Jesse, go ahead and what are your thoughts?
So similar to what Charlotte was saying, I would want to focus on the idea of safety, not as like a geographically designated space, but sort of like the idea of a place within one that one is existing in that can be safe and feel safe in themselves. And like Charlotte was saying, in terms of like our bodies, the bodily responses we have, the physiological experiences that we have, the actual safety of a place and the feeling of safety, both of those things are important in themselves. Because there's a lot of things that you can't do or can't be if you don't feel safe. For example, like trust is something that's central to having good relationships with other people. So if you don't feel safe, don't feel like you can trust them, it'd be incredibly difficult to be vulnerable, be honest, and then be open to things like healing and salvation. So if we're in a place of church, like a church, even if that place is like, you could look at it objectively and say like, this is a safe place. If we lack the felt experience of safety, we might find it incredibly difficult to open up to the people around us or to God. The difficulty of the church being a safe place is that people who've experienced trauma may experience safety and the felt sense of safety in or the lack of those things in things we might not assume. There's a trauma theologian. Her name is Serene Jones. She wrote a book called Trauma and Grace. And so she shares a story in which somebody in her congregation was terrified and triggered and had to leave a service because of like the violent sort of language that's used around the liturgy of the Eucharist, of communion. So like the ideas of the body and the blood, which like most people aren't necessarily going to think of in violent terms, but for someone who'd experienced violent trauma, that's something that can be triggering. And the way that Serene Jones describes is it's hard to open yourself up to things outside of you when the things that are outside of you have tried to kill you. And this can include God as one of those things that's outside of us that we need to open up to, but it can be incredibly difficult to open up to those things and those people when we've experienced trauma, because people who've experienced trauma, they can see the world in different ways than the people around them. Their imaginations, you can say, shape how they see the world in a different way, and how they see themselves, how they see other people, and even how they see God can be changed. So like you might know in your theology that you can trust God, but then there's still the question of, do you feel like you can trust him? You may know objectively like God is safe or like the church is a safe place, but having that felt sense in your body and knowing that you are safe is something I think is really, really important to be able to be like in that relationship with God, with the church in the way that we want to. So I think a good place to start when it comes to talking about the church and the church being a safe place is just the idea that the church may not be a safe place in terms of the way that some people experience it, and then thinking about what can we do in response.
I think Jesse froze just a little bit. you guys have both already touched on. I wanted to talk about the physicality of beliefs, and you guys have both mentioned this in the things that you said. Sometimes I think as Protestants, we don't really understand how important the like our self is, the body is, and we think that our beliefs are just all in our mind, and I think we forget that there was a point to the incarnation, that if it was just in the knowing and in the spirit, would Jesus had needed to come in a physical body. And the other thing is like not like, what is faith? Like, some people just think it's like beliefs, what you think about a thing. And Donald Williams said in one of the interviews, or I think it's in his book 95 Theses for a New Reformation, he says faith is trust that commits. It's following through on what you do. And so if you've been so damaged that you can't see that it affects how you see God, it affects your ability to trust God, that is really the demonic part of abuse, is that it doesn't just, it's not that person then, but it affects their ability to connect to God even. Charlotte, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. That's kind of a large portion of my book is really is me talking about that experience in my own life, and that my early trauma really gave me a distorted view of Jesus and of God. And I loved God and Jesus, but I really didn't think they loved me, because my perception was really performance-based, that I had to do things just right or I was going to go to hell. And so I kept repeating patterns. And so I was very convinced that there was no hope for me. And especially when I started to remember the things that happened to me. And then, actually, before I started to remember things that happened to me, I was totally convinced that there was something wrong with me, because I couldn't understand how I knew what to do, what I was doing. And so, but then there was, and I share this just as an example, because I think it's important that the things that were happening in my body and the things that were happening in my mind, it all was based on what I experienced as a child. And, I would have physiological responses to certain things that happened in my life, and I would not understand them. And I interpreted my relationship to God based on all of that. And it was very confusing to me throughout my healing process. And it really wasn't until, I guess probably 5-6 years after I had been in the process of dealing with the abuse and all the things that had happened to me, that I started attending a church in Austin, and 2 pastors there, the singles pastors, just kind of took me under their wing, and they really loved me unconditionally. And it was really the first time that I really truly experienced that to the extent that I did with them. And that really changed my perception of God, and it changed how I physically responded to God too, because of how they did. They were actually, demonstrated that and shared with me that was how God saw me. Even though I'd had glimpses of that as a child, it was really that was the first concrete thing when I was more in my rational mind that I could deal with that. And that was very pivotal for me, and I think one of the things, as we look at healing and how it physically affects us and how trauma affects us even from a very young age, I think, there's a lot of discussion these days on mental health, mental illness, and how, and trauma that has happened to you. And I think one of the things that I want to just kind of share an example in terms of how I think healing works, right? For trauma and in the physical part of the healing from trauma, because it's very difficult for people to understand, I think. And so for me, I think I relate it to when you break a bone. Okay. When you break a bone, you get it set, and it takes a while for it to heal. Sometimes you have to have surgery and you have to put something else in there, but eventually it heals. But when the weather is bad, you remember that you have a broken bone because arthritis sets in and you feel it when the weather changes. And so healing from trauma is kind of similar. You can heal the brokenness. You really can. I mean, God can do that. You can do that. You can change because you get different input from people. You get different, it's really like reforming how you experience the world. And so you can heal from it, and you don't live in that torment. You don't live in that anxiety or that depression. But on occasion, something's going to happen and you're going to remember. I mean, you're not ever going to forget necessarily what happened to you, but you're going to remember the feeling, and you're going to experience that feeling again, and you're going to go, oh yeah. But the difference is, as you heal, you learn new tools and you learn ways to deal with that so that it doesn't again take over your life. And so that's kind of, I think, a good description of how to understand the physicality of how trauma affects everything that we do and everything that we believe. And so I just think it's really important to understand that trauma is not just about what happens in your head. Trauma is definitely a whole body experience, and it takes both reason and imagination. It takes all of that together to heal completely.
Jesse, do you want to share your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to build on that idea that Charlotte's sharing, that like trauma is something that happens not just in our heads, but is a whole body experience. And some of our viewers may be familiar or have gone through HBU's cultural apologetics program and be familiar with the way that we talk about imagination in that, and this idea that like C.S. Lewis and George MacDonald both wrote about this idea of imagination shaping the way that we see the world. And I think that all of those ideas about how our imaginations form us can be applied not just to our minds, but to our bodies as well. So the big thing that I would hope that people would understand is that our imaginations are connected to our bodies, and trauma is in our body. So imaginations form belief and trauma form belief in a really interconnected way, and that then interconnects with story to both of those things as well. But to like just explain that a little bit, so like currently I worship within an Anglican church, and there's an emphasis on liturgy, sort of living embodied as Christians. It's like part of what we are as human beings are people who live in bodies, and then that affects our faith, and sort of it's this idea of living in these rhythms and these habits that then shape us. Like the things we do over and over again kind of make us who we are, and we have the opportunity to like live in the story of the gospel and live in those liturgical patterns of the way, both in like church service as well as just through the rest of our lives, the way that we're like meant to live. James K.A. Smith talks about this in a book called Imagining the Kingdom, and he actually makes some connections with neuroscience about how our bodies are formed by habits and rhythms and shape who we are on a really deep unconscious level, even not just like this is what I believe, but in how our bodies respond to things. So he makes this argument that it's not just our trivial or mundane beliefs that are carried in our bodies, but that our ultimate beliefs somehow are in our bodies and not just in our brains, which comes down to this idea that what we feel in like a literal physical sense, as well as an emotional sense, it's important to what we believe. So sort of the idea of embodied faith, because our desires motivate our actions as much or more than our beliefs do. So like what we're feeling in our bodies, what we're experiencing, how that shows the world to us has a lot to say about what we believe, just beyond even just the like explicit theological beliefs we have. But so he connects this idea of like sacred liturgy, so Christian liturgy, to secular liturgies, and presents this idea that we're taught by the world in these habits that we're formed and these rhythms that we live in that we get from the world. And he's saying that sort of is antithetical to a Christian liturgy, and it can be something that we have to fight to not be formed by those things. I would add and say that we can also relate that idea with a traumatic liturgy, that trauma can form our body responses and make habitual responses such that like we see the world in a way that doesn't truly reflect who God is or reflect who we are, or the people around us. So trauma teaches us what to believe about the world, whether or not that's true, and whether or not we like it. Our bodies tell us what to believe, and then to an extent will determine how we experience in the world. So very similar to what Charlotte said, it doesn't just happen in our head, it's happening through our whole bodies. So the way that we're experiencing things in our bodies, I think is something that it's really important people be aware of, the way that that does shape how we believe. And then the last thing, just on the other side of that, that can work in the opposite way, in a really positive way too. Like really positive relationships with people, with, like Charlotte was saying, knowing that people love you unconditionally and feeling that in your body and being sort of liturgically shaped by those things, and having that in your imagination and in your body can have that positive formation on your faith as well.
That's awesome. I had some slides. I don't really want to take the time to go through the slides with the quotes, just because I'd rather have the time for you guys to talk. But I think that that's really important for, Jesse and I were talking earlier this week about, when we like to think that church is a safe space, and we would hope that it is. Churches, at least all the churches I've been in, always have sanctuary training. There'll be protocols, but the reality is that sometimes those protocols will fail, and even if they don't, that you're going to have drama in the church and people with trauma in the church, because you have human beings in the church, and whatever someone is experiencing in the world, you're going to have it in the church. And so we have to be ready to be somebody who can be part of that sanctuary for someone else. Charlotte, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I just think that it's important to, I just kind of following up on what I just said, is that, I think it's important that there's an environment in the church where, in the church community, again, and it's either in or out of the group, because a lot of churches now have small groups. And so a lot of them, a lot of ministry occurs in those small groups or home groups or whatever, connect groups. There's all different names for it, but basically it's groups of people meeting in homes and becoming connected on a more intimate level than you can in the larger congregation. And so I think that it's about relationships, right? And it's about being very sure that the church as a whole is just very aware of how trauma affects an individual, and that it's a environment where it's okay to share trauma, and it's okay to express the things that have happened to you and to get the support that you need within your community. Because if that doesn't happen, the results are devastating. And, I think that kind of thing is just important to cultivate that kind of environment, and to have the message of the church as a body is that, you're safe here in that sense. It's a safe place to talk. It's a safe place to disclose. There are people here that will listen to you and help you. And a lot of that comes from those closer relationships. I think it's very difficult, especially in the larger congregations, to have that kind of relationship with the executive pastor or the primary pastor, because the church is so large. But so it's important that there is enough pastoral staff, whether it's elders or just pastoral staff, that are trained in trauma. And I guess the term right now is really literally trauma-informed care. And I really think that it would be very important for churches to make sure their pastoral staff is trained in trauma-informed care, because it really is a trauma-based way to approach individuals, and knowing how to respond to them in a way that's helpful and not hurtful. And I think the other thing that's important, and this is just kind of a pet peeve of mine, is that it's really important that churches and pastoral staff in churches don't just tell somebody to pray, or that if you had enough faith, you'd be okay. I mean, I know that people's hearts are in the right way when they are in the right place, generally when they say that. But the biggest thing that a trauma survivor needs is someone that will listen to them and not give advice necessarily, but just to listen and to accept them for you, to meet them where they are. Right. And that was the thing that helped me probably more than anything else, is that I found a church community that allowed me to do that. And they met me where I was, and they didn't just let me, do willy-nilly what I wanted to do. They held me accountable, but they still accepted me. And there's a big difference, right? And there's a difference between condemnation and and saying, okay, you shouldn't be doing that, and let's help you figure out how you're not going to do it again, right? And so that freed me then to be okay with sharing when I did mess up, right? And so I think that that's an important aspect of it as well. It's just got to be a very caring and compassionate approach to recognize how pervasive trauma is to the person.
Yeah, and we actually are at the end of our time, but I do want to make a comment. Like, this is in one of Jesse's, it's in his piece, and he points out he has a lot of really great resources. I hope you guys go read it, because we literally can't even begin to touch all the issues in this. But he points out that even things like Charlotte has a very extreme situation. She had, I really hope there are very few people that had as an extreme situation as she had growing up. But even if there can be abuse that isn't a crime, and it still affects you physically. And I think that's another thing that churches need to be aware of. Jesse, you want to touch on a little bit about that before we go?
Yeah, sure. I can do that real quickly. Just that, something that I really struggled in, like, composing the piece, and even talking with people who are like professional counselors and things is defining what we mean when we talk about trauma. Because you can look at the DSM-5, which is like how you make like a diagnostic, like this is PTSD, and it's really rigorous. Like, these are all the things that it requires to have like a PTSD diagnosis. And then other people will expand that definition and talk about trauma just as when you have the felt sense of danger, or like the fear of annihilation, and nowhere to turn for safety, like no person who will be safe for you. So like if you are scared of something and go to your parents and they reject that, like that could be something that's potentially traumatizing, not necessarily just about the experience you had, but how it landed with you, like not just the thing that happened, but what it felt like for you. And so then it becomes very like vague, and it's like, well, is that traumatic? What are we talking about there? But yeah, so what I tried to pull out in some of the things that I wrote is just this idea that even if it is not something that is like clinically diagnosable as trauma or something like that, we can still think about it as like, well, has this shaped me to think something that's untrue about God, or respond to myself in a way that doesn't reflect what's true about me, or respond to God in a way that doesn't reflect what's true about him. And those ways can be like small, or they could be big. And lots of times, like, we can still function as like normal human beings, even if there is some way that our imagination has been like changed, and it affects us physically. So I think there's a whole spectrum of like incredibly severe to like relatively minor ways in which these things can affect us.
Yeah, and it again, it's not just in our thoughts, it has an impact on us physically. So this is the thing. This has been, I wish we could like talk a couple more hours. I'm going to be hosting on my my site and channel, Raised to Walk. I'm going to be hosting an event where we're going to be talking just only about this. It's called Restoring Hope, Celebrating Resilience, on April 9th, and Charlotte and Jesse are both going to be back. So we have to switch over, but Charlotte, you can visit her website at charlottethomason.com, and she's on social media all over. We're going to be giving away a copy of her book, so be sure to enter that #Saints in the chat. And Jesse, where can people find you? I know you're not on Facebook, so is there anywhere else other than the journal website?
Almost nowhere, honestly, and that's probably something that I should think. But I'm not on social media. I don't have a website. If somebody wanted to contact me, I just have like a Gmail that's jessechildress.in@gmail.com.
Okay.
So I can
So
put that in the chat.
email him. You can go to the journal website, and you and Clayton will be
Yeah.
working on you to get a location on the web so people can follow you. So anyway, we are going to end this session, and we were going to be going into an intermission. But thanks for watching, and we will just see you on the other side of this break.
Wow, what an important topic, and a topic that I mean we don't talk about enough, and we certainly don't talk about enough in apologetics, right?
Yeah.
It's just both of their pieces are a wonderful display of cultural apologetics at work, and I love seeing that.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal. I want to make a comment about that, but I'm just going to say we have people watching that have not put in they haven't entered the giveaway. So Jenna's going to win again if you guys don't enter. So if you want to enter our giveaway for the journal, put in #Saints in the chat wherever you are. And we're going to be giving away another issue of the of Saints and Sanctuaries, and also Charlotte is donating a copy of her book to give away too. So anyway, we're going to give you a little bit of time because we have a few minutes before we're going to be going over to our next segment. But I just have to say, it was so hard. I did have like a line, an overview of what we were going to do, and it was just. You could literally talk about it for hours, and there was so much in, Charlotte's story. Let me go to that. We have a picture of her book, but her book is called "What Kind of Love Is This? Finding God in the Darkness." It's a copy of her memoir that she actually started writing it as a project in, let me take this off, in the I can't remember which class it was, creative writing, but it started there. And then she came out with a book this last June, and she's been she's been doing interviews all over the place. So it's one of the things I didn't say then, because again, it was just, we were just kind of running out of time. But if you read her story and you see, I don't know if she explains so much about everything that went on, but she was actually diagnosed with a borderline personality disorder. She had dissociative states. She was in, I think, what was it, on disability for 18 months for a portion of her life, when she first started remembering what had happened and coming into her healing. And she is, she is beyond and past that. So healing is possible. And hers is one, even though the story is really hard to read, it's a story of hope. Like, I don't care who you are and what you've been through and what your life experiences have been, she's come out the other side, and you can too. And so that was, I don't know. I think that every single time that I read her story or hear her talk, it's like, if you know where she's been and what she's come out of, it even has more impact. So Charlotte was saying, she just said it was in an advanced writing class. So that's when but it started as a project for that class. But anyway, all kinds of creative things coming out of the classes at Houston Baptist University. So I don't know. I'll just say this. I was talking to Charlotte, was chatting with us before the stream, and she's like, "Hey, do you need anything?" I'm like, "Hey, just prayer," because there's been stuff, and I just have to tell you, like, it has still been all the way through. So if anyone's out there watching, you want to be praying for us, we still have an hour and 15 minutes left. So just be praying for us because we've had problems, internet connections, all sorts of things have happened so far. But anyway, but yeah, so we are getting ready to do our giveaway. And Zach, what do you want to talk about before we do this giveaway? I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit like.
No, you're fine. But yeah, no, man, I think what I'd love to talk about is just the ways that people can connect with us after this live stream is over. Because, let's say you've been here, you're enjoying your time, you want to learn more. Obviously, an unexpectedjournal.com is our website. And what we'd like to do is get books in your hands. It's why we give away books for fun. So I think it's really important, at least for all of you out there to know that all of these articles go so much deeper than we can get into in a half-hour conversation, and even divided by 2. So please, if you're done, check us out online. Check out all the amazing work that all of these authors have contributed. Because there's really, Carly, you mentioned it in reference to Jesse and Charlotte's articles, and it really applies to all of them. Man, even the footnotes are a treasure trove of resources. And Carla is very particular about footnotes. Let me just throw that out there. So, not endnotes. If you ever want to write a book for Carla, don't put endnotes.
No, it has to be footnotes, and we do. This is the thing about the journal. We consider ourselves like a bridge publication, so we have some pieces that are a little bit more academic, but then there are some that are more popular level. And the thing is, sometimes this is what we tell contributors. Sometimes they're used to writing for more academic publications where they don't think that there's things that are so common that they don't think they need to explain them. And we always tell them, just explain it anyway. Like if it's a theological concept, put it in the footnotes. And explain it. Do not assume somebody knows what it is that you're talking about. There may be somebody that is completely unfamiliar. Just a second. We have more technical glitches, so let's just let me do this here.
But while you're doing that, Carla, I'll just say, because we're about to do our giveaway, again, I think we have like one entry in this giveaway. So I really want some suspense, because suspense is good for our ratings. No. But yes, if you want to enter, again, anywhere you're watching, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, whatever, just put in #Saints and you're automatically entered. So, but we have to, it's just about time. So, let's, Carla, I don't think we'll have a lot of suspense in this one either.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is Jenna, you won already. So I know who, we have 3 entries, woohoo. Okay,
Boom.
so I want to make sure that I am sharing this, #Saints. I am going to be hitting go in like 5 seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and who is going to win? Teresa! Oh, woohoo! Okay, so you are going to be, and I'm freezing a little bit. You are going to be getting a copy of Charlotte's book, and also you are going to be getting an issue of Saints and Sanctuaries. So you can give a copy of your wonderful work to some of your friends, maybe. So anyway, we are going to head into our next session, and Zach is going to be hosting that one. So we will see you on the other side of the break.
All right. Well, hey everyone. Welcome back to our next segment, which is entitled "Surprising Sanctuaries." I'm Zach, as you all know, and I'm joined here by Jesse Baker and Joe Ricky. So thank you guys for being here with me. This is great.
Can you hear me, Zach?
Yes, sir. We got you, Joe.
But no video, right?
No video. Sorry,
What do you think?
but no, it sounds. You sound perfect.
Thank you.
I know, man. It's been a day of technological glitches across the stream. So,
Well,
but
I'm
we're-
actually joining you from the Navy Pier in Chicago on my phone. And like, I'm here working on a Shakespeare project with someone. So, but anyway, thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
yeah, thank you. So how about we just let's, because our viewers might not know who you both are. Let's do just a quick kind of introduction as to who. We'll start with Jesse and then Joe, and also tell me just we'll hit into your pieces more deeply in a minute, but just roughly what you wrote about. So Jesse, let's talk about you.
Hey everyone. I am a pastor in central North Carolina, little town called Burlington. Sweet little place. We've only lived here about a year, but enjoying our time here so far. So as for the piece, it's essentially a short story in parable form, where I'm just kind of exploring what the nature of the church is and how it's meant to live in the world. But again, it's kind of through the back door, through the lens of a parable. So that's the short rundown of that.
Cool. No, very cool. And yeah, I love your piece, and I can't wait to dive a little bit more into the imagery because I think some of the imagery is similar to what we're going to well, not similar to what we're going to talk about with Joe, but it's definitely going to fit well, I think. And Joe, let's can you introduce yourself to our viewers and tell us a little bit about your piece?
Yes, and again, if there's ever a problem with my volume or something, let me know. As long as it's good, then I'll go. It's weird. If you can't see, you feel like you can't be heard. It's crazy. I know. After years on
You're
the telephone.
perfect.
Okay. I'm Joe Ricky, and as a musician, my name is Joe Martin Ricky. As a blogger, my name is Ben Camino, and as a longtime professor, I was Dr. Joseph M. Ricky. But anyway, man of many names. I'm by profession a medieval Renaissance scholar, and taught for many years, and studied, did my PhD at Rice University, studying under Jane Chance, who was the original kind of Tolkien scholar in this country, wrote the first scholarly book on Tolkien back in about 1979 or 80. And now I run something called the Inkling Folk Fellowship, which meets every Friday at 4 p.m. I hope some people will join in sometimes on Zoom. My piece is about saints as sanctuaries, and I took our the two themes and wove them together, and especially being Catholic and growing up Catholic and having a real healthy respect for what I call the Holy Dead, the subtitle of my piece, and or the title, and so the sanctifying presence of holiness in this world, including those places where holy people have lived, and even, as I say, in some of the more provocative parts of the thing, and even now are rotting to the glory of God. And so that's my piece. It's a short prose meditation, I think I would put it. It's not quite a poem, and it's not quite an essay. I guess that's enough for now.
No, that's great. And actually, and I hope you guys will forgive me, but I want to go a little bit out of order because we're already diving into the imagery of both of your pieces. And I mean, Joe, I agree. I think your imagery is a bit more provocative. Jesse, yours isn't quite provocative, but it's certainly beautiful. And so I'd be curious to know how you both chose the images that you did. And maybe I'll start with Jesse again. But what gave you these images, and why did you decide to associate them with well, sanctuaries, I guess, or saints in your cases.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. This it was a short story, but I've been working on it for a really long time, and it initially I wanted it to be a sort of imagistic memoir of my own journey of faith, and it didn't work that way. And as things kept developing, I kept coming back to that question of what is the church supposed to look like in the world. And so, scenes kept coming back to me as I'd put it away, and it would come back. I would learn something, and I would want to come and revisit it. So I really tried. I mean, there was almost, I don't know, maybe it's too much, but there's almost no scene that isn't sort of richly biblical, or at least that's the goal. I wanted everything to be, and it was sort of an expression of what would it look like if we sort of took the Bible and put it into, well, real life is not the word, but to put it into the world. What would it look like to sort of make it come alive? And so that's kind of how I wanted the parable to sort of function. And then sort of, again, kind of impressing upon us, the readers, to ask, okay, well, all right, so I'm putting one image into the context of another image, but then asking, what does it now look like to interpret that in the real world? And that's kind of how I wanted to get there. But just to, that very Lewisian idea that that the imagination is the organ of meaning and reason is the organ of truth. So just that, what would it mean to be the church? What would it mean to look like people who lived out the scriptures? And so that was kind of where the images kind of had their root.
I love that. And I mean, Joe, let's be honest. I mean, you're right. It is provocative. I mean, you're talking about graveyards as sanctuaries. So I want to dive in a little bit deeper to where some of your images are.
So like Hamlet, you want to dive into a graveyard, is what you're saying. And
Exactly.
yeah, I think this summer, if it works out, I'm going to be giving a paper at Oxbridge on the Holy Dead, but not this same emphasis, but on our debt, the debt we owe to our heroes of the faith, or just our human heroes who have gone before and who are, sometimes I say, I have this little talk I give, and I say 99.9% of the greatest scholars who have ever lived are dead. 99.9% of the greatest theologians who have ever lived are dead. 99.9, and I could go on. And I think we have a curse, a disease. I call it alivism. We think that only those who are living right now in our present age, some people call it presentism, but alivism is a little more provocative, are the only thing that matter. And my thing, one of the reasons I love Lewis, I know it's not what I wrote about, is he's considered to be grouchy and arguing with people about things. Generally, he's defending dead people whom he admires greatly, dead thinkers, dead saints, you know what I mean? And when he calls himself a dinosaur. So that's it. There's part of a whole larger kind of vision I have of, like, we are so prejudiced in favor of the present and what we see around us now. And we don't not only live in a world charged with God's presence, which would be partly represented by the fact that it's crammed with the life of angels and other spiritual life like that, but also that the earth itself is crammed with the remains and the remainder of all of these people, of the entire population of the earth that's gone before us. I mentioned, Zach, in there, as you know, the fact that in a Catholic church, the main altar, and this is where communion happens, right? It must have relics in it. It's part of the rules. It's like, you don't have that, you don't have an altar. And that's a really weird. And I didn't really need to try to be provocative. I think, as you know, it's just crazy stuff if you want to let it be crazy. It's just like everybody's like, what? Ooh. I think a lot of Catholics don't even know that. That's the truth. and so yeah, that's so it does come from, for me, from a long time. As I said, that's the weird part. I guess maybe it's all me trying to convince myself that I'm not weird for liking graveyards and being near those dead people. So I'll shut up now and see if you have another question. I'm having a hard time hearing because it's noisy where I am.
Oh no, it's great, and thank you. I actually, this is a little bit off script, so again, you both forgive me, I hope. But Jesse, you talked about yours. It kind of started out as a vision of kind of a narrative of your faith journey of sorts, and Joe, I mean, yours. I mean, you recount several several kind of pilgrimages, if you will, that you've been on. So I'm interested in. I mean, Jesse, we'll come back to you again. I'm curious. Why are these like journey kind of these journey narratives? I mean, they resonate with both of you. Obviously, they resonate with me, and I hope your pieces really resonate with our readers. So, what is it about these kind of wandering journey narratives that really? Like, why do we do this? But we do it a lot. So, Jesse, what do you think?
I don't know. Maybe, I think sometimes we trick ourselves into thinking that we have it all under control, that we know all the answers, and we know exactly what we're doing, and we know exactly where we're going. But then we all have those moments where we realize we've been wandering aimlessly for a while. Maybe like those moments when you're driving a car and you realize you don't remember the past 5 minutes that you've been driving. Type of thing. And so even if we don't know it, I think we all or always think about it. I think we have this intuitive sense that we are wandering, and that so as I was hearing somebody talk about Dante's work, where the book starts and he's already in the middle of a journey. And Lewis's Great Divorce does the same thing, right? They're just already walking. I think we all have that intuitive sense where we find that that's really kind of what our life is. And maybe it's just a little new thing that we learn that wakes us up to it, or I don't know exactly what it is, but I think we all get that sense that we're on a journey. And so those types of stories resonate with us.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, Joe, what do you think about these kind of wandering narratives and how that plays into your story too?
Yeah, very much so. The image of the pilgrim, and of course, we can all think of Pilgrim's Progress, Pilgrim's Regress, and actually Lewis almost immediately revisits the idea of the pilgrim in Out of the Silent Planet after doing Pilgrim's Regress. I mean, it's clear that the ransom is the pedestrian, capital P, Lewis's homage to Pilgrim again. And I just, a little ellipses here, a little parentheses. I wonder if the fact that we don't walk much anymore or don't go on the kind of, hike, walk, like I did a pilgrimage in Spain, it was 500 miles. But I wonder if that will affect the way we see this particular thing, or if we'll just internalize it all as a kind of spiritual thing. Dante probably wouldn't have had the imagery that he did if people didn't walk everywhere and get lost in real woods. That's just the parentheses. My own life, definitely I've seen as a pilgrimage for a long, long time. I was the teenager who took the long brooding walks, as we all, and a lot of people were, right? Like the long, trying to figure things out, even before I read Kierkegaard, and doing that. And I've had these powerful experiences, like, I grew up a Catholic, I put that into my piece, but then I kind of became a blob of nothing. And that happens, that happens sometimes when you're 18 or 19 and you think, well, that's what I received. And I had a big, powerful, evangelical, charismatic, Jesus freak conversion experience at I think 19. and I don't, so now I'm a Catholic again. I don't look back at that and say and think of that negatively. I think of that as like the truly important thing that it was. It was visionary almost, and the kind of things I learned in that. My pilgrimage has gone on, for me at least, to want to get back in touch with what I consider the historic church. Thousands of, couple thousand years of the church seeing itself a certain way. But this is neither here nor there, but I'll just end this answer with this little bit. People always say, "So you're a Catholic now?" I say, "Oh yeah, I'm way more evangelical than I was before. Like I'm like way more evangelical now that I've gone back to the Catholic Church than I was my last few years in wishy-washy evangelicalism." I'm not blaming evangelicals. I mean my own wishy-washy evangelicalism. Yeah. So that's part of the pilgrimage too.
That's really interesting, and Jesse, maybe this ties back to your story too, because in your story, we had to come to a climax at a banquet, right? I would say that's the climax of your piece. We're building up all the way to it, and then we finally hit there. So when we're thinking about, I don't know, like hospitality and being with other people, coming together as a church, as a body of believers, how does that kind of tie in? How does that tie into kind of this journey? Because your character certainly isn't wandering alone, right? Or he is at the beginning, but then he's not.
Yeah. That's a great question. Give me 1 second. Well, I mean, I think the idea, I guess, and it's one of those things where it's the main character steps into something that is already ongoing. I mean, I hope there's this sense of this isn't a one-off kind of banquet thing, but this is something that they do regularly. And, even though it's not explained, I mean, there's almost this sense of, everybody else around him knows what's happening. So there's even this sort of tacit look towards something like liturgy, that these people know what's happening, even though he doesn't. So again, it's just this sense of he's stepping into something bigger that he's ever experienced before. And what he finds there is, this sort of jaw-dropping grace that he can't put words in. And again, it's this sense of going back to the parable sort of idea of it is this, how are we as a church, how are we extending that same sense of hospitality, and not that sort of, when we close the doors on Sunday, we're also putting the bars down so nobody else can come in type of thing. Or, how are we extending that table, so to speak, that banquet table out on a Monday as opposed to a Sunday? How are we carrying that forward so that, the other pilgrims out there, we might say are maybe a little bit more lost than we are, but they can also experience that sort of, just extravagant grace that is hard to put words around.
Wow, I love that. And yeah, I think
it's really beautiful.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting. And again, I don't know why I send you questions in advance, because I deviate from them far too much. I'm sorry, but Joe, I'm curious, and if you don't want to share, you don't have to. But was there a sense of like hospitality that kind of brought you back to your Catholic roots? Like, did that play any role in your journey as well, or no?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm muted for a minute. I think I'm unmuted now. Yeah. I'm in a food court in the Chicago Pier. It's crazy. Okay, but I did have some good pizza. Anyway, I'd love to answer that. I want to get back to what Jesse just said. That's really profoundly beautiful. And I was thinking of it in terms of that vision of the church, which we have still not reached. but I love that concept of we come in to a story that's already going on, that is already a pilgrimage or journey that's already moving in a certain direction. Yeah, we've taken side roads and we've messed up, whatever, but to be caught up in that larger story and that sort of thing is a very moving part, I think, and a powerful part for me. When I had my doubts in my college years and that sort of stuff, I was telling somebody today, I was like, I was always the one who said, Lord, where else will I go where you have the words of eternal life? And I say the same thing really about the church, about like, yeah, we're a mess. And then linking it with some of my stuff, this hospitality or this welcome or this friendship or whatever. And I know this sound, I'll go morbid again on us here, literally morbid. And it's like the debt, the pressure that I feel and I want to feel, and I want other people to feel, that's why I write about it, of all who have gone before us, who are cheering us on or urging us on or doing whatever. It's like the cloud of witnesses. They're all dead people. That's who they are. And they made mistakes. So we learn from the mistakes, but we learn from them. And it's part to be part of that big family, or that big, actually, Scripture calls it a nation or a people of kings and priests. But the hospitality and getting back into Catholicism. I don't want to, for me that's important, but that's I'm not trying to discuss denominations as such. It's just Catholic and maybe with a smaller C, this whole larger universal. And for me, universal, and it's really what it means when we say universal. It doesn't just mean all around the world. It means throughout all time. It's universal that way too. It's not just horizontal, it's up and down too, or on the time axis. It's not a very good answer, Zach, but that's what I got.
No, it's a great answer. And I love how these common themes, I mean, on the surface, I don't know if people read your pieces back to back, they might not sense these common themes. And I love how we're able to work them out and wrestle with them here with, all of us. And, just you mentioned stepping into the middle kind of the action. And it almost makes me think, I'm teaching ancient philosophy and culture starting Monday. And I think of the Odyssey, you start in the middle of a story, and then we hit the recount to backfill everything. So it's so interesting how this idea of entering the action in the middle, it even pervades like secular literature, which makes me wonder, is it maybe, because we're situated in a narrative that we're in the middle of ourselves, why we love these themes, even in our entirely, secular literature? I don't know. I just had that thought. Now. It's not.
Zach, I mean, like, I've never heard it theorized, like in medias res, in the middle of things, like the epic start and all that. And I've never heard it theorized that that's maybe so popular because we all sense that somehow we didn't create ourselves. We didn't start our own stories. We already start in the middle of a thing. So I think you need to write that up. That's all I got to say about that.
Oh no! Now I'm being committed to more things. No, I literally. It's funny. I didn't even think about that until you all were talking. This is why I love these live streams, because I learn stuff from you all, and then random thoughts pop into my head. But so we're almost done. But I'm curious, and I ask this of every panel. So if you've heard me interview before, you know it's coming. What's one really important thing that you would love readers to take away to take away from your piece, if they just remember one thing. So I think I'll start with Joe this time and then do Jesse second.
Well, I think I said it in the end. I think I said it in the end of the piece, quoting Gerard Manley Hopkins. The world is charged with the grandeur of God. It shines out like shining from trefoil that gathers to a greatness. Like there's all that entire that wonderful sonnet. And I kind of quoted that very near the end. And then I said, but this doesn't mean, this isn't just meaning there's spiritual things, gassy spiritual things floating around in the atmosphere, and that's what it means. I mean, every human brother and sister is a bearer of the image of God, and then that's part of the grandeur of God. And in the same way, I mentioned at the end, and I don't have my text to read it exactly, but the holy dead who are now in the earth on which we walk sanctify the world, and so that I guess this is part of my attempt to understand quote unquote spirituality with a more material substance than we usually think of it.
I love that. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, and I'm sorry we didn't get to that whole differentiation you had to make between religion and spirituality, because it's that's an interesting theme running through your piece as well. But yeah, Jesse, so what's what do you want people to come away with after they read your parable?
Yeah, I'm glad Joe brought that up. I had thought about it when I was looking at the questions earlier, and I'm glad that came up again. Because again, though it wouldn't seem like it on the surface, quoting Hopkins as he did, the world is charged with the grandeur of God. It's kind of, I would like people also to not forget that the church too is charged with the grandeur of God. I mean, it's easy to get caught up in the rote and the mundane, and this feeling that if we show up on Sunday, we're doing exactly what we need to do, and then we can go home and forget about it. Type of thing. And while it might not seem that way, my hope is that even something like this parable that's set in what seems like an imaginary world of an unspoken time, that it really has the reverse effect of actually launching Christians out into the world to be that sort of embodied physical presence of Christ to the world. That's really what I hope. And that obviously that's going to look differently. Different places at different times. No one church is going to be exactly the same, but still driving and pressing that question of how are we supposed to be people and places that mark new creation. We didn't actually get to but one of the things I would like to say about churches and physical buildings is that in some sense I think they are markers of new creation. It's a way here God is doing something, but of course the church cannot forget that God is also wanting to do something beyond us and beyond the walls. And so again, I'm hoping the parable sort of pushes us out to do as Joe just said, of being physical presences, spiritual presences in a physical way in this material and spiritual world.
Man, that's awesome. And now I wish we'd had more time to talk about that because it's so good. But anyway, no, Jesse, thank you. I think Joe his whole just dropped. But thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And now we have one more panel coming up. Carla is going to be talking with me and with Ted Wright. So we will be right back on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ted, it's you and me. We lost our interviewer.
Great to be with you.
Oh my gosh. I'm
Great.
sorry. I don't even know what's going on today. Literally, I don't even know. This has been just one of those days. Anyway, I'm Carla with the Journal, and I'm here with Ted Wright and Zach Schmal, and we are finishing up our 4-hour live stream for the Saints and Sanctuaries issue. I want to say thank you so much to Joe and Jesse. They both did an awesome job. I don't know if you guys weren't watching it. Jesse would be like, Zach would ask a question, and Jesse would be like, give me a minute. And then he would just come out with this boom, like earth-changing statement. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I his church must be very blessed. He's a pastor in the Methodist Church. So anyway, I don't even remember where he is. But anyway, if you want to go, if you're in North Carolina and you want to visit Jesse's church, go to the Journal page and see where he's at. And if you don't have a church, that's where you need to go. So anyway, we are going to be talking about Adventuring Saints, and I'm going to let Ted and Zach introduce themselves. Ted, would you like to start?
Sure. Yeah, Ted Wright. I'm the executive director and founder of epicarchaeology.org. It's a ministry really focused on archaeological evidence for the Old and New Testament, and we will cover some apologetic issues as well. But I've been doing that now for about going on 5 years now. But I've also been a professor, seminary level, and I've been a pastor, little bit of jack of all trades, master of none.
Awesome.
And I'm
so do you want
also
to give us just
no. Go ahead.
go ahead.
I was going to
Were
say
you
one of
gonna say?
my hobbies. One of my hobbies is really weird for a pastor. A lot of pastors, former pastors or pastors now, will play golf. Mine is mountain climbing and kayaking and mountain biking. And fly fishing. So I love all the outdoor sports. And my my article is something that we'll get into it later, but it's something that I've actually been thinking about for many years. This whole idea about adventure and faith and their connections between the two.
Awesome. I thought for a minute there you were going to share a little bit more about your personal connection with the Journal, but we won't.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
could do. My girlfriend is actually Carice Gilliland, and she is one of the founding editors for AUJ, and she was
Yes,
such an
she is.
encouragement to me to write this article. And I just want to give a shout out to Carice, my sweetheart, for encouraging me to write this article, because it was quite a feat to try to condense down a lot of this material that I've been thinking about for at least 25 years. So
Awesome. Okay, Zach. Well, I think people should know who you are, but do you want to give just give like a brief summary of who you are and what your piece is about?
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, if you don't know me by now, I don't know. But yeah, so I'm Zach Schmal. I'm the management editor here at the Journal. What else do I do? I'm an adjunct faculty member at HBU and at Southeastern University. I teach humanities there and will be teaching apologetics at HBU starting Monday. I mean, I'm not hard to find if you Google me. I've published a lot of places around. And my pieces, so I've written two. I think one will more resonate with the discussion we're about to have. I published a fictional piece, which I've never done publicly before in this journal. So it's kind of a sci-fi, like dystopian kind of. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I've gotten pretty positive feedback on it, but the I think more relevant piece that I think will fit our discussion better is about the Lord of the Rings, which is one of my main research interests. It's about Rivendell as a sanctuary, and this wrestling with. All right, at the beginning of the Fellowship, you see Frodo get stabbed. He's about to die, or about to become erased, and then he comes to Rivendell, and he's able to be healed there. And so we see this kind of sanctuary emerge. And the question, though, is why he has to reemerge, right? He comes into Rivendell. And then the question becomes, like, what is Rivendell preparing him for? Is Rivendell just preparing him to sit in Rivendell for the rest of his days? It doesn't seem to be the case because he reemerges. And so I'm sure we'll wrestle with that topic a lot more about the purposes of sanctuaries and how it all fits together. But yeah, So that is in a nutshell. And Ted, man, I just had to say your piece. I've been wrestling with adventure and faith a lot as well personally. So it really hit home for me when I read this.
Awesome.
I mean, I love it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually, when we were piecing people together, we always try to do like similar themes. And we were trying to figure out how do we place them. I'm like, you know what? We could always just have Ted like do a whole segment by himself and just talk for
Yeah.
30 minutes because it's an awesome piece. But we're going to be talking about adventuring saints. And in each of your pieces, you talk about adventurers that are searching for something better and a place of peace. And Zach oh wait, sorry, I messed up. This is just, I'm not joking. This has just been the day today. Slides are coming later. All right. So in each of your pieces, you talk about, or Zach, you talk about how rest and reemergence, and Rivendell is a sanctuary. It's a sanctuary for the fellowship and a place. You just mentioned that where they are rejuvenated when they come from that quiet time. And your short story, Voyage of the Titan, touches on that as well. And Ted, your essay compares the account of St. Brendan the Navigator and Bilbo Baggins in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. So what is it about the search for the beyond that as a theme that you think resonates so strongly with people? Can you share your thoughts? Ted, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, to cut. Let me just start with this, and I'm going to be really broad here to start out with, and then I'll focus it down on your question, Carla. It's a great question. So my interest in this question on adventure and the relationship between adventure and faith came actually in the year 1999, and I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I was in the U.S. Air Force, and one of my jobs in the Air Force was I was a survival instructor. So my job was like Bear Grylls, like I would teach Air Force pilots on how to eat bugs and all that kind of cool stuff. And so when I got out of the Air Force, I wanted to continue this adventurous sort of thing. So I got into mountain climbing, and I actually met this really famous American mountain climber who actually was sponsored by the North Face. His name was Alex Lowe. And anybody who knows anything about climbing knows that Alex Lowe was one of the top climbers in the world. And anyway, so to make a long story short, the following year that I met Alex Lowe, he actually died in a very tragic accident. And what makes it even sadder is that he was, to my knowledge, I don't think he was a believer. But so I was really thinking about how can I reach out to my friends, my fellow climbers, my fellow adventurers who understand things about the world that many people just will never see. I mean, they see mountains, they see things that most of the average person will never see. So I began thinking about how do I reconcile my faith and this whole idea of the drive for adventure. And that led me down this road that had been, going down for years. And I discovered that it is such a broad subject. It's sort of like nailing Jello to a wall. It's so hard to do. But what I discovered is that the idea of adventure is something that is deeply rooted in the human psyche and the human spirit. I think. In fact, I think the writer of Solomon talks about this in Ecclesiastes, that God has planted eternity in the hearts of man, and that no matter who you are, even if you don't like climbing mountains, there's something more to this life. There's something more, and you yearn for like something that is going to sweep you off into something great. And so there's this drive that we all have, and whether you're playing golf or whether you are no matter what it is, the desire for something more is in everybody. And so that led me to discover certain things about Bilbo Baggins. In fact, Tolkien, interestingly, he was very familiar with, of course, he was a professor of medieval history and literature and things like that, and especially the literature of Scandinavia and Ireland, and of course England as well. He apparently read these stories called Emrama, which in ancient Ireland were called journeys of discovery. And he actually wrote a poem about Saint Brendan. I actually discovered this on accident. But where I came to really learn about Saint Brendan as a saint, as a Christian saint, was years ago. I went to a church in Tennessee called Saint Brendan's Anglican Church. And then one of my favorite music groups is actually a Christian band from Ireland called Iona. And they have a whole album about Saint Brendan called Beyond These Shores. And so I got to digging in the life of Saint Brendan and discovered this guy that was just patron saint of adventurers, basically, and sailors. So that's kind of the snapshot of it. But so then I began to think, and as Carice was telling me that there was this new journal subject coming out on saints and sanctuaries, and so I thought, I really would like to do something on St. Brendan and bring out these elements of adventure, because there are many of them. In fact, Zach, your article actually is the other side of the coin on adventure, the sense of something more, that there's desire for some beautiful, peaceful place, and that's also part of it, I think, as well. But so I began to piece together the connections between St. Brendan and his desire to go and find this mystical land that very likely was Iceland. Historians believe it was very likely Iceland, based on the description of it. And then of course Bilbo Baggins in The Hobbit goes on this great adventure. In fact, Tolkien goes to great lengths to try to explain to us, the reader, that the Baggins has never went on any adventures. This is the story about how Baggins went on an adventure. So yeah, so the whole Hobbit story is an adventure story, and there's some really amazing connections between Bilbo and St. Brendan.
Awesome.
Mhm.
So Zach, how about you? Why are we looking for something beyond?
I think one thing that definitely resonates with me, at least personally, and I think it resonates with other people as well, is that it's clear to us that there are circumstances in our lives that are not ideal, right? There are things that are not perfect, and so I think that in some level we look beyond and we like to move into these adventures in hopes of finding that something better, um, to help satisfy those longings. And I think ultimately this is why we ought to view the Christian life as an adventure, because as Christians, right, we are journeying towards God. Ideally, we are making progress in our relationship with God, and as we do that, I mean, it's adventure is a good thing. It's somewhere we've never been before. We ideally, if we are progressing, we've never been as close to God as we are when we take another step forward, right? And so I think it really can be a joyful experience for us. And so I think, I mean, and Ted talked about The Hobbit too, and I think when you look at Bilbo, I mean, he didn't want to take that first step, right?
That's right.
It wasn't his thing. And he had to nudge out the door, right? And then almost after the party, I mean, he wasn't gonna go right away, and then he had to change of heart. And Ted, I think you quote that passage in your piece, if I remember right.
I did, yes. It says that something Tookish woke up in Bilbo, because he had that in his family. That there is this element in his family that he woke up and he listened to the dwarves sing their song, their very sort of haunting song. Of course, in the movie they did a really great job of that. That the mist far over the misty mountains, and something woke up in him. He had this vision, like, what, I didn't want to go, but now I'm thinking I'd like to go.
Yeah, and I think that's so critical, right? Because that's, I mean, that ties so nicely to the Christian life, at least in my head. There's that longing of, wow, there's something better out there. I just have to go take that step, and so I think that's huge.
Yes, I agree.
So before we go on to our next topic, our other contributor, Sharon Jones, from the second segment, I guess, said that she knows someone who sings
Awesome.
with Iona.
That is awesome.
Sharon is in Ireland, so if you're there, Ted, she can hook you up. So,
Thank you. That's such an awesome thing to know. I absolutely love Iona, and I actually reference it in a footnote that Iona is actually the Latinized version, a name of Jonah, which is the abbey's named. Iona is named after Jonah. It's actually Saint Columba. So that is the Gaelic name is actually Iona, which means dove. So yeah,
Well,
they had a. In fact, I read in their little clip. You guys remember the CDs when they actually had CDs? Well, in the Iona CD, when you opened it up and read it, it actually had one of the books that Iona read in an inspiration for their album was a book that I referenced in my article on St. Brendan called A Desert in the Ocean. And it's written by David Adam, who was the abbot of Holy Island. And he wrote this whole little devotional book on the life of St. Brendan. And so that's kind of what got me to seeing the connections between Brendan and Bilbo Baggins.
Wow.
Okay, so I didn't put this in the questions, but I actually, when I first read about St. Brendan, it seemed to me like C.S. Lewis might have gotten inspiration from his story for the Voyage of the Dawn Treader.
Hmm.
Do you
Yeah,
see that
I've never.
connection?
I definitely see the connection, absolutely, and you can also see it with Tolkien, where he sails to the lands of the West,
Yes.
and so because the other article that Norma Roche, who actually I referenced in my article, she has a whole connection in there with Tolkien and him making the connection between St. Brendan's voyage and many of the elements you actually see in Middle Earth, like magical stars and magical trees, like the white tree of Gondor, all of that in some form is in the Voyage of St. Brendan, which is absolutely fascinating. So Tolkien is drawing not only on which I think is really cool, because he's not only drawing on Scandinavian myths and Irish myths, he's also drawing on Christian hagiography as well.
And we miss. I think as Protestants, we miss a lot of that because we just we don't know our saints. But anyway, our next segment thing we're going to talk about is really about seeking destiny. So we've talked about knowing that there is something beyond that we're seeking for, but also when we're talking about destiny, we're talking about a purpose. And Sharon has been giving some really great comments in the chat. She's like, Lewis and Tolkien were highly literate in Celtic mythology, so it's probably pretty likely that they were.
Awesome.
So this is from Ted's piece, and he said, an adventurous faith is not only an appropriate description of the life of St. Brendan, who left the comforts of his native lands for the roaring sea waves, it is also the heritage of every saint. For every single believer is on a perilous journey. The only questions which remain are, when will they realize it, and when will they embrace it? Okay, and so what I wanted to talk about there is, what are your thoughts on that? It seems like there's something in us as human beings that do you think that's part of the Imago Dei, that God's kind of given us this, we know that we're part of the plan?
Absolutely.
Ted, do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. So absolutely. And I think the present world that we live in, especially the current situation with global politics going on and the fallen world that we live in, this can't be all there is. There's got to be something more. You really sense it when either you're there's a quote, and I don't know who actually said it, but it's anonymous. But if someone knows who said it, but the quote is this, and it sort of encapsulates what I'm trying to say. We are born to wander, but cursed to stay and dig. That's a great line. We're born to wander. We're born with this sense of wonder, but Christians have this heritage as well. In fact, if you look at the great saints in the book of Hebrews chapter 11, which is, of course, the hall of faith, you have Abraham, and you have David, and you have Moses, and you have all these great saints. And you look at the lives of the saints in the New Testament and in the Old Testament, their lives are anything but boring. I mean, anything but boring. And the thing is that we are on this perilous journey. I mean, we live in a dangerous world. And when you, as I've said, I'm going to be really kind of, I'm going to just speak in common parlance here, but when a person says, yes, Lord, I want to do your will or whatever, you better be careful when you say that, because God will, it's sort of like Bilbo agreeing to go on the journey. When you say yes to the Lord to do his will, buckle your seatbelt, because your life is going to be radically changed, and you will be doing things that you never thought you'd be doing. And it's a great journey. It is an adventure, and it's dangerous. And as we see in the book of Hebrews, some saints did great and amazing things, and some of them lost their lives. So it is dangerous, and it is an adventure. The thing is that we have to realize that and be inspired by some of these great literary figures and biblical figures as well.
Awesome. And how about you, Zach?
Man, well, and that's great, and it really resonates with the discussion I had earlier with Teresa Peel about Lwanga, the martyr who, he stood up for his faith in the face of a king who's telling him basically renounce or die. And Ted, you hit the nail on the head. The world is a dangerous place, and I think it's interesting though, because in that journey, right, it is a dangerous place, and yet in that journey, you find God's providence showing up throughout, right? One of the things that Teresa shared was that, when they were going to their death, these young men were singing, and they were finding that joy. And what a powerful kind of experience with God for them that must have been, to be thinking, I should be terrified right now. In our normal mind, in our ordinary just minds, we're thinking, oh man, that must have been horrible. What a terrible day. I would not want to be led to die. And that's what I shared with Teresa. But if you know that God is with you and you're doing God's will, can you imagine when you step back and think, wow, I should be terrified of this, but this is God's will. So, here we go. It is an adventure. And so I think it's a reframing. It's very foreign to most of us, right? It's a very, I don't think of any suffering as I want it. And so to have that peace, that must be even adventurous in and of itself, even though it doesn't seem radical. It really is pretty radical.
It is, absolutely. In fact, in the root of the word, the English word adventure is from a French word. It means to risk the loss of. That's the thing, is that, if you look at what Christ said to his followers, if you want to come follow me, leave everything, they left their nets and followed him. So, there is a loss. And in fact, Bilbo Baggins left the Shire. St. Brendan left his home. He left his native land to go and do God's will. So it is dangerous, and it is exciting at the same time. And I really think that I think every Christian senses this, but very few people actually follow whatever the nudge it is that maybe the Holy Spirit speaking to them in their heart or whatever. But God may be calling you to do something great for him. And so my encouragement to you would be, do it. Follow God, follow the Holy Spirit, follow what he says. And so be inspired by St. Brendan, be inspired by Bilbo Baggins, and realize that it's going to be an adventure one way or the other, but it's what you make out of it.
Awesome. So we still have a few minutes. So why don't we just talk about, Ted, what would be your final, you kind of already gave a little bit of summary, but what would be your final words to people who are thinking, okay, well, maybe they're a little bit stagnant?
Yeah, so I would just to echo in the beginning of my article, I actually quoted Henry David Thoreau, which I really like. He's a great writer, a brilliant writer, and one of the first really literary authors that I got into as a kid. I read Walden Pond, and I've since read it multiple times. But Walden said something in Walden that I think is so true. And what's interesting is that Thoreau wrote this back in the beginning of the 19th century. He said that most men live lives of quiet desperation. And I think that the past 2 years that we have seen with the whole COVID, people locked in, people are dying inside, and there are people, suicide rates are going up, and people are just, but I'm here to say, my takeaway is that there is something more. And what I'm saying is that the Christian life is appealing, and it's adventurous, and it's amazing. and take that step. I mean, I'm not trying to evangelize necessarily per se, although yes, I am in a way as well. But what I'm saying is that you're even if you are a Christian, you are a Christian believer, you are in this great adventure that we're on this journey. It's like the Israelites were on their journey through the desert. They haven't made it to the promised land yet. They're in the wilderness. And so we are all in the wilderness. Every one of us, every single one of us is in the wilderness. And we're on this adventure and we don't have the comforts of our home. We're not there yet. We're not in heaven. We're not in, Rivendell, or we're not quite there yet. But there's this longing that Zach wrote about for something. You got to go and you got to get a place of rest. But that reminds us that we're made for heaven. In fact, I got a great quote here. I'll end with this and then I'll pitch it off to Zach. It's actually, I just recently discovered it from Chesterton. And he said it this way. He said, at the back of our brain, so to speak, there was a forgotten blaze or burst of astonishment at our own existence. The object of the artistic and spiritual life is to dig for the sunrise of wonder. It's great. And I think people know that there's something more. We're missing Eden. There's this, and I think Lewis talks about that with his whole idea of Sehnsucht. And I think Zach, you really brought that out in your article. I think, even though you're not necessarily talking about Lewis, but you did talk about this desire for some beautiful, amazing place.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that you mentioned that, because well, first of all, I love Chesterton, so we can go there first. But my mind also went to Chesterton in Orthodoxy, right? You begin at the beginning of the first chapter, and he's saying, "Wow, it's very strange that we're astonished at the world, but we're also at home in it, right? We had to want to do both things." And so I think one thing that I guess I would say is kind of a takeaway from my article is it can be really, I mean, like you said, Ted, it's a tough world out there. Tough things happen, especially this past few years. And it can be really tempting for those of us, we may try to find this sanctuary and just want to hunker down, right?
Yeah.
And for some, like by the time of the Lord of the Rings, Bilbo is old and he is not fit for these adventures anymore, and it's perfect for him. But it would be wrong for Frodo to stay there, not while he has an adventure yet to go on. And so you need these rest breaks, you need these times, you need, we all, let's face it, we all get tired, we all need a break. It's a huge function of the local church, it's a huge function of Christian fellowship to help provide that support when we need it. But then there's a time to reemerge and to get back on the road and to head out. And so, I mean, my article celebrates Rivendell as that kind of sanctuary, but it's just as important that we understand the purpose of sanctuaries. It's not just to and I guess I'll end with one quote too. It's from Lord of the Rings, but it's when Frodo is just leaving the Shire, or he hasn't even left the Shire yet, and they encounter the elves. And Gildor tells him, "The wide world is all about you. You can fence yourselves in, but you cannot forever fence it out." And so, if you're in a sanctuary forever, eventually you can't stay there forever. Even the best place, like Rivendell, that's described in pretty heavenly terms, and I draw that out in my article. It's described in pretty, very almost perfect terms. That might not be an overstatement. It can't even hold up forever. You have to reemerge, and you have to go on the journey that is appointed for you.
I just wanted to say, just to tie into with what you guys both have said, and also some of the other segments. The whole point of we're searching for peace. We know that there's something else, but even we know that there's still more to do, right? The end is not here. There's a point and a purpose. And I did this has come up in quite a few, actually, like the church as a sanctuary. And I know that for me, after I got my divorce and I went to this church, and it was just, that's kind of what it was. It was like just kind of like a little cocoon for a little bit with these people around me. And then I was just like in this receiving mode, for quite a while. And then it was like God was saying, okay, you're good now. You can go. It's time to, like, you need to start like being part and giving. And so there's times in our lives where we're going to be in the position of receiving, and there's times when we're going to be giving. And I think if we get stuck in one, like if you're always letting other people do for you, then you're really not, that's not really our fullness as a Christian. We need to be in both positions, but also sometimes we can get in like we can't receive, and we think we always have to be the giver, and then we kind of get stuck in ourselves in pride. So I think it's kind of the balance between the two, I think. So anyway, we're coming up on the end of our segment, but I just wanted to let you guys know where you can find Ted and Zach. And Ted, you can go to, he's all over social media, and he has a website at epicarchaeology.org. They have some great resources, really interesting. They'll share like archaeological finds and explain different things, and it's really, really interesting. Honestly, like when I was teaching Sunday school for 8-year-olds, when we'd have our lessons, if it was referencing something that I knew that there was an archaeological find about, I would tell them about it, and they were interested, so it can place it in, in history. And then Zach, you can always find him at the Journal, but I have a little bit of a delay on my end, but anyway, he has his own personal website at zacharyDschmall.com. And like he said, he's starting his first class at HBU as a professor on Monday. So if you want to keep Zach in your prayers this weekend, and also keep his students so they can be up to speed, because their class has a heavy reading load. And just note from me, cite your sources, use Zotero, make your life a whole lot easier. So anyway, any final words before we close this one out?
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks, Sarah.
okay, well, we are going to have a little bit of a break, and we'll see you on the other side for our final giveaway. We are back. We are at the end. This has literally been an adventure. You have no idea, like phone calls, text messages, private chats, and getting through this. Oh my goodness. So anyway, we're wrapping it up, and we have our giveaway coming up. And so if you haven't, and you're just sitting there watching and you haven't entered in the chat, do #Saints in the chat. So we're going to have a giveaway in just a little bit for a 1-year subscription to the Journal, which is awesome. So anyway, that's going to be coming up in a little bit. But one of the things that we wanted just to share a little bit with you, we've been talking about saints and sanctuaries, and our whole issue is on that. And when we talk about saints, we don't mean people that are just like, they're pretty good people. We're talking about someone who has made Christ the Lord of their life, and who has the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, and it's the Holy Spirit sanctifying us. And we even if you haven't been through trauma, like we were talking about in the Finding Sanctuaries, you don't have not even a clear picture of the world around you, but even who you are yourself, because God made you as a unique person. And so when we have this relationship with our Creator, the one who made us, then we can start, He starts transforming us, right, through the renewing of our minds. And so if you've been hanging out with us all this time, and I'm assuming that if you've spent 4 hours with us watching an issue about saints and sanctuaries, that you're a Christian. But if you're not, we're glad you spent the time with us. And I would just like to maybe suggest maybe having a few more thoughts about it, because one of the things that I've really this really struck me in this, just in the past couple years, is that there's been so much that's going on in the world. There's been so much, we've seen evil, we've seen corruption, we've seen some good, but not nearly as much as we should. And if you think that this is all there is and human beings are the only people that you can count on, I honestly, if you don't have a relationship with God, I do not know how you made it through it. I honestly don't, because quite frankly, the only thing that's been kept keeping me like stable is knowing that not only is there a God and there will be justice, but there's a hell, and there's some people that are going to be going there. Nobody gets away with anything. That there will be justice, and that, you know, God is good, and even when everybody else around is disappointing you, you can count on him. That is the thing that I know. So anyway, this is one quote that I wanted to end with, because this is a quote from G.K. Chesterton in The Flag of the World. This is a shout out to our friend Sean White, because he's a Chesterton guy. But this is G.K. Chesterton's realization about what the world was, and he was talking about how Christians view things and how he viewed things when he was an atheist, and whether or not we can have optimism for the situation, for life. You know, I don't know where he was sitting through writing when he wrote this, but this is what he wrote. But the important matter was this, that it entirely reverses the reason for optimism. And the instant the reversal was made, it felt like the abrupt ease when a bone was put back in the socket. I had often called myself an optimist to avoid the too evident blasphemy of pessimism. But all the optimism of the age had been false and disheartening for this reason, that it had always been trying to prove that we fit into the world. The Christian optimism is based on the fact that we do not fit into the world. I had been right in feeling all things as odd, for I myself was at once worse and better than all things. The optimist's pleasure was prosaic, for it dwelt on the naturalness of everything. The Christian pleasure was poetic, for it dwelt on the unnaturalness of everything in light of the supernatural. The modern philosopher had told me again and again that I was in the right place, and I had still felt depressed, even acquiescence. But I had heard that I was in the wrong place, and my soul sang for joy like a bird in the spring. So that's, I think, kind of the point of the issue. Like, this isn't our home. This isn't where we belong. And no matter what's going on around us, you know, you just know that God is working all things according to the good of those who are called according to his name. And so when we line ourselves up with God's will, then we may not like the immediate things around us, but we know that he's working, we're going towards a good end. So anyway, Zach, do you have the final words that you want to say before we do our final giveaway?
Yeah, just really quickly, I think that, I'm sorry, I think that's true. And I think it's fascinating, because the theme of this entire issue and this entire stream has been saints and sanctuaries. And a lot of times the saints looked a little bit weird to the world around them sometimes for what they were doing. Sometimes it didn't make sense why they lived the way they did. Sometimes it didn't make sense why they went where they were sought to heal. And even sometimes our sanctuaries don't always make sense. Like, why do you find comfort in that? Why do you find comfort in? I mean, why do we find comfort in a book? People don't always understand that, and I just love that Chesterton quote. I mean, I love Chesterton in general, but I think it's really critical. When we think about saints and sanctuaries, to kind of come full circle and to remember, this adventure, this journey, this progress, that's been the theme of our issue, is really it's really unique once you give it a try. And so I think Ted said it really well in the last segment, that really the Christian life is, it's the greatest adventure you can go on. So yeah, I would certainly leave you with that. And I'll leave you with, actually, you should hashtag Saints so we can put you in this drawing that we're about to do. So I'll leave you with that because, I like drama. What can I say?
Yeah. So anyway, we're going to have to get onto this. I think we're going to lose LinkedIn in a few minutes. So we're going to do the drawing now. And so if you have a last minute chance to get your entry in by doing hashtag Saints. And so let's go over that. Oh, let me not forget to add it to the stream. I did that once. Okay. So that was our last winner. And so let's just draw again.
I think we only have one person who hasn't won.
Yeah. Jesse! Woohoo! Awesome. Okay, so we have just the right amount of entries, I guess. So anyway, we have your address. And so we will send you're going to be getting a subscription a 1-year subscription to An Unexpected Journal. And so anyway, sorry, I thought I had removed this. Okay, so thank you for joining us for this launch party for the Saints and Sanctuaries issue of An Unexpected Journal. And I just want to thank all of our contributors who contributed. Not only it's not only the people who submitted the pieces, but also we have editors and people supporting the journal. And we just want to thank you for making this issue possible. If you've read the pieces and you enjoy them, send us a note and let us know, if you like a particular piece. We forward those on to the contributors, and it's always nice to know when work has been appreciated. And so anyway, but again, make sure to follow us. You can sign up if you haven't already. Sign up for the newsletter. We keep you up to date pretty much on what's going on there. Not only that, but you can get an issue of Zach's laughing because I haven't sent an email in a couple months. You don't get spammed. You don't get spammed, but we just try to let you know when things are coming up. So, but you can get an issue of our very first publication on the abolition of man. So anyway, we're going to call this a day. And thanks for joining us. Share it with a friend. And make sure to watch out for our next issue coming up in June, which is on dragons. So anyway, we will call this one a wrap.
Thanks everyone.
Bye-bye.